many things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. You just heard it, but I'll repeat it because it's like that. Hi there. Thanks for showing up. Let's see what we can do. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora will return to the program tomorrow. I believe today is the day she's flying her cat to Astoria after taking the U-Haul this weekend to move everything in. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
Smells like something's burning in here. Do you smell that?
It might be me just
you
being angry at all the stuff that's breaking constantly.
All the video stuff?
Yeah.
All this brand new video equipment we have that's pieces are always breaking off. But we're the only ones who touch it, by the way. It's just us and Mark Nolan here in the morning, and they don't do video.
But they move it around, and it jostles these cheap-ass cables. And
Except
it's just,
Jen sits across from me.
So it gets moved around.
Does it? Maybe there's people in here on the weekend.
Well, I was in here yesterday doing my podcast, and there was somebody in here from 1 till, but like he's not, I don't know, but like every day I come in here and stuff is in a different spot.
Something's jostled.
Something's always moved.
Always. Maybe we should put some kind of lucite dome over it and just say,
I'm going to start like taking the cables with me.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, I'm just be like, nobody gets this anymore. So
this is why we can't have nice things in this studio. Anyway, if you'd like to join us, telephonically is a good way to do it. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. Either one of those phone numbers will get right through to me. Well, you'll talk to Poundcake first. Full disclosure. He is the gatekeeper. Never underestimate what he does for me back there. You think he's just grabbing people willy-nilly? No. He's passing the cream of the crop to me.
Carefully selecting.
He's curating my telephonic experience here on the program. If you want to text me, 35192, there's no gatekeeping there at all. I'll see them all. And if you listen on iHeartRadio, on our app, it's a free digital app where you can listen to the station anytime you like, and there's a little talkback button there. Alan, I seem to remember Bill on Friday saying that he was going to the zoo before the show. Did he do that? Did you go to the zoo today?
I did go to the zoo.
I forgot that you mentioned that. You were going to see, refresh my memory. You were going to see...
Okay, so...
Because they just lost a rhino. You were going for something else.
They lost a rhino, but they have 2 baby tigers.
That's what it was.
And they just let them out from their cage, whatever, into the
habitat.
Into the habitat where they're with their mom and they can move around and stuff like that. So I was very excited to go and see the baby tigers. Because, we don't have a lot of baby tigers around. So I wanted to see them.
We don't have a lot of any kind of babies around.
Right. And baby tigers are very, very cute. So a friend of
many?
mine, there's just 2.
Yep.
And they haven't named them yet. They're doing a contest to name them. I haven't seen what the proposed names are.
Oh, this is another opportunity to work Plank Jackson into the mix.
There we go. So me and my friend go to the zoo. It's free on Mondays for Cuyahoga County residents. I thought it was just for Cleveland residents. It's the whole county. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's great. So we get in there.
So if you live in Lorain County, they say F you, full price.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Sorry, zoo.
Take that. We get in there, and we can see the babies. They're just kind of sleeping. But even that, for free, the zoo's 10 minutes from my house, so it's not like it's putting me out that big of a deal. But I just wanted to see them, and they were sleeping, and they were cute. And they have the mom tiger in there with the babies, and then the male tiger is in another habitat by himself, and he is ornery. He wants to be in there. I don't know if tigers are like lions where they'll kill the young to, be in charge of the pack.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my guess, is that they don't want the male tiger to mess with the cubs. And so he's angry. He wants to be in that other habitat. I don't know if he's horny or what, but
this is the baby, or
no, this is the male tiger.
The
male
boy, they
adult
develop fast. Gotcha.
tiger.
Horny
All the babies
baby,
did was sleep. They were cute, but they're sleeping by the glass, and it was very cute. But I see my friend kind of go over, and she's taking some pictures and videos of the male tiger, the adult male tiger, and then she turns to start sending them to her mom. And then I turn back to look at her, and I just see her with this look on her face like she saw a ghost. And I was like, what? Are you okay? And she's like, that tiger just pissed on me.
The male tiger. Yeah.
Because it's just a cage.
So this wasn't okay.
Just a fence.
That was my question. It wasn't like a plexiglass enclosure.
No.
Okay.
You haven't been to the zoo to see it's a great enclosure, but it's just a fence.
Right. I'm
and
sure
you
I've
can get
been
within
there.
3 or 4 feet of the tiger, and the tiger apparently turned and marked his territory on my friend, and it smelled. The scene from Anchorman is what came to mind. When they
do tigers eat a lot of asparagus?
I don't know what they're eating, but it was Sex Panther type scent.
Okay.
The pheromones that he had in his pee were very strong.
Wow.
And we just start gagging, and she has to take her coat off and carry it at arm's length because it's so pungent.
So did a little go a long way, or did she get sprayed?
It was just a little one, because then I saw the tiger do it again to a different lady that didn't seem to even notice that it was happening. I was like, that tiger's about to pee, and she's just in her own world, and he spurts it out. Also, I've never seen a tiger pee before. It's real weird.
Lift a leg?
No, not a lift. It looked. It's a boy tiger. I saw the balls, but it was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It lifts a leg, and
it comes out of a little
balls.
hole. It's not even. You don't even see.
Your balls.
And I'm thinking about it right now.
Yes, vomit first 10 minutes of the show.
Oh, it was so bad.
What cologne are you gonna go with? London Gentleman or wait? No. Hold on. Blackbeard's Delight.
No. She gets a special cologne. It's called Sex Panther by Odeon. It's illegal in 9 countries. Yep. It's made with bits of real panther, so you know it's good.
It's quite pungent.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, it's a formidable scent. It stings the nostrils. In a good way.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm gonna be honest with you. That smells like pure gasoline.
That's what I'm.
Pure gasoline.
It wasn't gasoline, but it was just a very, think of the smelliest pee you've ever taken.
It was
and it's that
concentrated tiger
yes,
whiz.
And it was ridiculous. And then, the tiger sprayed it on this other lady. She didn't even seem to notice. She was in her own world. I don't know if she was all there.
That's the beauty of being the zoo. You're not on the hook for anybody's dry cleaning bills. It's all be careful.
Yep.
It's all just be aware of your surroundings.
You gotta be aware.
Yeah.
But
if an animal doesn't lift its leg traditionally, you're not even going to see it coming.
Well, I saw it coming the second time because he was aiming.
Right, but he had already broken the seal on your friend.
Yeah, but I didn't see him do it to my friend. And my friend had her phone, she was sending a video on her phone, so she didn't see it happening. But if you're paying attention to the tiger, you're going to see it happen because he is trying to get it on people. And he was in a bad mood, and that's, it's so bad.
He's a new dad. He's taking it out on the bystanders.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, let me see my kids. Those are my kids.
Those are my cubs. All they do is sleep.
Ooh.
I'm out here working.
Yeah.
I'm killing gazelles out in the wild. And this is the thanks I get. Wow. All right. So did your friend, what was the aftermath? She go home? Did she put the coat in the trunk?
She put the coat in the back of her car. She's got a Jeep, so it's still going to be smelling up the car.
Yep.
And then when she got home, she sent me a picture of her cats sniffing the coat.
Oh, God.
And I thought that was pretty funny. And I think she immediately, after that, took it to a dry cleaner.
Sure.
Because you got it.
Went from goat mode to tiger mode in
Yeah,
the trunk.
right. Ugh.
Wow, what a day. But you walked out of there whiz-free.
Whiz-free.
Yeah.
Just a little gagging from the pungent smell of the tiger urine.
Mm-hmm. But all in all, it was worth the tiger. That aside, it was worth.
Yeah,
seeing
worth
the
it for
people
me. I
with
didn't get
tiger
peed
cubs.
on. I'm fine.
Right. Yeah.
She thinks it's hilarious. She's a little traumatized, but she understands that it is absolutely ridiculous and a funny thing.
And she's got a cool story.
Yeah.
That's all anything is good for, is a story.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what we were going there for, to see the baby tigers and get a story out of that. And instead, she got peed on. She got a golden shower from a tiger.
I'm going to break here. If you're on hold, I'll grab you on the way back. 2:30 is going to be the next chance for you to grab $1,000. Listen for that keyword coming up from the Buzzard Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Get ready for iHeartRadio Live with the Black Crowes. An exclusive interview and live performance. All in celebration of their new album, Happiness Bastards. Available March 15th. Don't miss iHeartRadio Live with the Black Crowes. Listen right here. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube. Tomorrow, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific.
Hey, it's Rover. Are you looking for a super offer for Super Bowl 58? DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered. New customers can bet on the big game and turn $5 into $200 instantly in bonus bets. And with DraftKings same-game parlays, everyone's got a shot at an even bigger win for Super Bowl 58. String together multiple bets from the big game for a shot at making your payday even sweeter. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code BUZZARD. New customers can bet $5 to get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 58. With code BUZZARD, the crown is yours. 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Men's Health. Guys, over 23,000 clients have sought treatment and Mentality for low T. Most of our new clients have tried online treatment and mail order medications. Your hormones balance your physiology and influence all areas of your mental and physical performance. There are subtle but critical aspects of treatment that will be missed if you work with a provider that does not see you. It's just too risky to go it alone. Come partner with us today, and we can make this year the best you've ever looked, felt, and performed. Schedule in Cleveland at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com. Start learning a language today at babbel.com.
Hi, Little Bob here. We're turning President's Day into President's Days, spotlighting new choices every day in February at Bob's Discount Furniture. You can choose from 12 $9.99 sofa love seat combos, $5.99 dining sets with tons of options, and 9 complete queen bedroom sets for only $9.99. Flexible financing options available. Subject to credit approval, ask for details. When you get a different choice every day in February, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Want to get your hands on the next big thing? At Verizon, new and existing customers can trade in their old Samsung phone, any model, in any condition, and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with Galaxy AI on us, with select unlimited plans. A better plan to save is Verizon. $999.99 device payment or a full retail purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or select 5G unlimited plan required. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
It's winter savings time at Conrad's. Get up to $375 off 4 select Goodyear tires, including the popular Weather Ready, perfect for Cleveland weather. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
The NFL playoffs are here, and there's no better way to stay up to date on the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my buds, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal, for news and fresh content all playoffs long. We've been doing this together for over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. We'll preview and recap every game as we make our way through the playoffs and to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
About 8 or 9 minutes away from that next $1,000. Listen for those keywords as they come at you every hour. It's just money we give you from the Buzzard Bookie. So listen for your shot to grab $1,000. Hey, Roger.
Yes.
What's going on, man?
How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I got a story about a lion or a tiger or whatever. Back in the 80s, place I worked for, we had the company picnic at Cedar Point. And so, everybody had the day off. And so a bunch of us went out there and we met up at, remember Jungle Larry's African Safari? I don't know. Yeah, you're not from here, but it was a Jungle Larry had all these different exotic animals. So we were on the balcony, not the balcony, but in the bleachers. And I said, hey, I'm going to go sit out front because it's the tigers. I never got to see these before, So all my friends says, oh, no, you go down there and sit. We'll wait up here. That female tiger or lion came out, and everybody's laughing at me. And I said, well, I got a good seat. That thing backed up to the cage and pissed head to toe all over me.
Roger looked like he walked out of a car wash.
I wished I was. After that, I tried to go. Lake Erie is right there, at Cedar Point. So I tried to go swimming to get rid of it. So then after that, I smelled like, piss fish, or fish, whatever.
You didn't think it could get any worse, and you managed to make it worse by getting into Lake Erie.
Yes. So now I got sand in my crotch. I smell like fish. My hair, back in them days, you put mousse in it, because you had the long hair.
Yeah.
So it's like all absorbing into it. Oh.
Yeah.
He was letting his soul glow out there on Lake Erie.
But what was so bad about it, when it started pissing, that stuff is concentrated. I know that they save that, for the guy up front. They say, hey, I'm not going to go piss for, until they let me out.
Well,
what didn't like one spray.
Yeah, Roger, what people were telling me in the break is that it's actually tiger spray, which is maybe why they didn't lift the leg. It's a combination of urine and a secretion from the anal glands, which is probably
Yum.
Yeah. So that your friend, Bill. If I don't know if that makes it better or worse. She got sprayed by a tiger.
Yeah, but I got sprayed by it.
You got the lady spray.
Yeah, right.
Male.
Yeah.
But what was bad, it doesn't spray and then, like one steady stream so you can get away from it. With the bars there, when I tried to run, it just maneuvered its butt enough that it followed me.
Yeah.
And I would go back and forth, and then it was hitting it, but then it would stop for a minute. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to sit back down. So now I sit back down, and it gets me again. And at one point, I just stopped because I said, now I look like an idiot, running across the front of, there had to be like, what was bad is I would never run into my coworkers until that episode. I ran into like 20 of them. And so when we all went back to work, guess what they had to talk about?
You getting sprayed at Cedar Point. Yeah, right.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
pea hair.
Old Roger Whizhead.
Yes, but this was back in the 80s, and on a hot day, I think I still smell it.
You probably do. That sense memory kicks in. Yeah, you can cast your mind back to that fateful day out in Sandusky, Roger.
So
or anytime he drives to Elyria.
Anytime if I go around anybody that says, oh, let's go see the circus, I'm afraid that I might get mounted by another cat because, that stuff's residual. It stays on you. It's like,
It's made to last, yeah.
But what was fun, but, I made all my friends laugh. luckily, I was married at the time, and I saved my ex from getting doused. But do you think that she would ever thank me? No,
of course not. That's why she's your ex, Roger. Okay, good. Thank you. There's Roger in North Ridgeville who had a fateful day at Cedar Point many, many years ago, or his friends. Boy, with friends like that, ... Hey, don't get up there, Roger. No, they just let him go. We're going to hang back here and see what happens.
Keep a wide berth.
That's right. Today is National Fart Day, too. There's a day for everything.
Oh, this is the day.
And this might be the day that you get yourself update that stairwell fart at Squifle Tower.
Had a salad for lunch, so I don't know if that's going to really get a lot done, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try and get a good fart today.
I'm not sure who. These days have to be established. There's usually lobbying groups. That's why there's every day. And it's not just like every day on the calendar only has one thing. Every day on the calendar has a dozen things because you have the National Potato Council and the Broccoli Commission and all these whatever. Although the latter might have something to do with National Fart Day. I don't know. But I'm curious what organization got February 5th designated as National Fart Day. I don't know the history on it. But somebody sent me an email with a link. National Fart Day, February 5th, every single year. Of course, here on this show, it's not a personal mantra, but our own Bill Squire. What do you always say?
Fart your farts.
Fart your farts.
It's
Whether
good health
it is
advice.
February 5th. Yeah, I think so, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it stands to reason that you don't necessarily want to keep that inside.
It can be bad for you.
Yeah. Now, I guess my question is, if today's National Fart Day, in January, there is National Pass Gas Day, which means that two separate advocacy groups or organizations basically doing the same thing have two distinct days. January 7th is National Pass Gas Day. February 5th, not even a full month later, is a National Fart Day. And, of course, throughout history, there have been all kinds of things. It is universal. It's a very human thing, obviously. Not even all throughout the animal kingdom. I was showing my second grader last night. There was a supercut that somebody had made, purely coincidentally, of animals farting in the wild.
Nice.
And I got to tell you, not as funny as people.
No, because they don't have the cheeks. You need the cheeks
Well,
to really get the
some of them
the fluff.
some of them, what they lack in cheeks, they make up for in depth and breadth.
Yeah.
But humans, you're not going to top. There are so few ways in which humans can really claim to be able to outdo the animal kingdom. Farting's definitely one of them.
My dog does not make loud farts, like you can't hear them, but they are the silent but deadly variety where she will stink you out of the room.
Right.
It's rough. And it's not often, but when it happens, ooh.
Well, anyway, I don't know how I don't know why this is designated today. I don't know who's behind it because, like I said, usually it's some kind of advocacy group who will get behind having a day designated, but I don't know. Maybe it was a comedy organization. Maybe it was something that wasn't even officially something. It just took on a life of its own.
I mean, I'm happy about it. I'm going to try and get this fart in the stairwell today.
Oh, today because of the salad?
Because of the
day.
It's the day.
Yeah. Now, do you have to do it? I don't know if I'm the first person to ask this. There's nothing saying you have to do it in your building's stairwell, right? You could do it in any stairwell. I like the acoustics there.
The acoustics of that stairwell are real good because it's very. It just reverberates good. I don't know if it would work as well in these stairwells. I feel like it would be dampened more, especially because we're kind of low at the stairwell over here.
Yes.
When it's traveling down, I feel like the sound travels down and reverberates better than when it's traveling up.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any science to that, but.
And you haven't tested both of them?
I don't think I've ever farted in that stairwell.
Okay.
Or if I have, I don't think it's been like a loud one that's going to reverberate like the one that I filmed.
Okay. Because conceivably, since you did yours on the 9th floor of your building, which is one floor from the top, we were talking about this last week, it's very unlikely people are going to be walking down through whatever you lay down, right?
Right.
Here, everybody's going to be walking up through what you've done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's also kind of rude.
Hella rude.
Because it would be very
rude.
It would be
hella
so
funny, you mean?
It'd be so rude for the people walking up that staircase to smell a fart instead of the urine smell that they're so used to.
It can only improve the smell of our stairwell here at work.
Pretty sure there was human turds in there the other day. Like, I don't know how many dogs I've seen, like, walking from that parking deck.
No, the dog turds are out here on the sidewalk because people don't curb their dogs. But in the stairwell, it's human poop.
Yeah, I go up a couple flights, and every so often I'm like, someone was sleeping in here, and they just let one loose in there, and it's just like a turd, just casual, and everyone just walks around it. It's not like chipped off or like a part of it smashed in.
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any such thing as a casual turd. I mean, one just doesn't slip out. No, you've got to get it out of your body. You've got to do some work to expel it.
I'm not saying that it's casual for the person that left it. I'm talking about people just treat it like it's casual once it's there. Like, no one's like complaining. No one's.
Well, who are you going to complain to?
I don't know, but I feel like a turd. We shouldn't normalize turds in parking decks. Like, I'm a big
normalize parking deck
2024.
Big advocate for no turds in parking decks.
Yeah,
and people are walking up and down them all day, and you just step around it. Like, you look at it like, oh, I think that's a turd, and you just keep it moving. Like, we don't investigate.
That's life in the city.
We're not poking it. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
It was like, there's a difference. Like, a big dog turd, you can kind of like tell, but a human turd, there's some corns in it.
Well, you can also tell outside where somebody was on their phone and wasn't paying attention to the fact that somebody didn't curb their dog, because there's intermittent steps of decreasing thickness where it was on somebody's shoe, and they, but there's all kinds of pet turds outside. And my thought is always, listen, you're already doing a disservice to your animal by having them in but Bill walks his dog, but I'm talking about people who live downtown. You're already doing, technically, if you're real with yourself, you're already doing a disservice to your dog by having it in a high-rise downtown. The least you can do is pick up after it when you're walking around. And I know a lot of people do, but a lot of people don't.
Yeah.
Because they go, oh, there's already people sleeping in the doorways. What do I care? But, no dog wants to dogs want to run around, right? A dog park. I don't know if there's a dog park downtown.
I don't even think dogs are like...
This building they're putting up next door, one of their big selling points is going to be a dog park on the roof.
There's a dog park in the 9.
Okay.
That is for residents or people that are staying at the hotel.
Well, there you go.
And I'm not against that. Usually, if people have a dog, it's not like children. Like, people have kids all the time that they can't afford. But usually, if you're a good pet owner, you can afford having a dog and or cat. So I don't even mind that. Usually, they're responsible and they pick up after their dog. People are just not responsible for other people.
Curb your homeless. That's what Poundcake wants. If you're a homeless person and you take a dump in the stairwell, get a bag and pick it up and throw it away.
You could do that. You could be a responsible homeless person. You could be homeless respectfully, but no. I saw somebody.
Be homeless respectfully.
You can cheat and be homeless respectfully. I'll tell you what.
This is amazing.
It's the homeless cheating that's doubly respectable.
I feel like I would be like a respectful homeless person. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I don't have any place to go.
You're not a respectful housed person. What are you talking about?
How am I not a respectful housed person?
I don't know, because you want people to get hurt, and I don't
want people to get hurt. I'm just saying,
you
if they
laugh
do,
when bad things happen to people, right? I'm just saying
in
general, it's not like you being unhoused would make you somehow have a come to Jesus moment or something.
I feel like if people were walking, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm homeless. I was sleeping here, but I can go find somewhere else to be homeless. Like, I could sleep casually somewhere else. You got the
you
world,
would be screaming, watch out, hey, son of a bitch, I'm sleeping here. That would be you.
Right.
You're trying to sell us on a polite homeless pound cake? Are you insane?
Homeless respectfully.
Bitch. Yeah, right. This is where I'm sleeping.
I don't know.
I don't walk all over your bed.
I think I would find a spot. Now, I'd be mad if I found like a really neat spot that no one found yet, and then I got discovered. Then I'd be pissed. I'm like, no one was bothering me here.
Yeah, there don't seem to be any unfound nooks and crannies.
You don't know
where
that you haven't, because you haven't found them.
Yeah,
there'd be a nice abandoned building with a bunch of copper in there.
A nice abandoned building. Yeah, warm.
Yeah.
You know how warm those abandoned buildings get?
Oh, yeah. That's
when the
what
heat's
they're
turned
known
off and they're
for.
just gutted. That's what they're known for.
At a certain spot,
There's
it might be
there's no
warm.
cross breeze. There's no cross wind. 20-degree weather.
They sell some copper casually. No.
I think
I don't think
Poundcake's polar blast punishment is he has to be homeless for a week.
Yeah, and then we'll see how respectful
He
you
has
are.
to be respectfully homeless for 1 week.
Yeah. That's right.
How's that sound, Poundcake? You agree to that?
No, because I like to shower, and I got.
You can still shower.
No.
You'll just have to go to a gym and shower.
Ew, no. Not as a homeless person. I'll do it as like a house person, but I don't want to go there if I don't have no choice to shower. That's gross.
Let me give you this money here, and it's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
We've had the great, everybody knows who Bill Curtis is, I hope. We've had Bill Curtis on the show a handful of times. He was a guy that would host American Justice and a lot of those syndicated A&E shows. But when I was a kid, he was a local news anchor in Chicago, and his partner for a long, long time was a guy named Walter Jacobson. He and I, Bill Curtis and I, talked about this last time he was on the show. And when I was in college, I think, they did a thing called Mean Street Diary, where Walter Jacobson said, I'm going to spend 48 hours as a homeless guy. And they put a fake beard on him, and they yellowed his teeth out, and they put him under like Lower Wacker Drive or something like that. And it was this big news thing, or this big, I don't know if it was sweeps or what it was, but he was like, I want to identify with what's going on in the city of Chicago, people who can't find a place that, so for 48 hours, this guy went out. And this is in the wintertime. This is like February. So it was 11 below. And he's going into like various shelters and he's talking to people. And that was his way of showing the viewers what it was like to be homeless in the city of Chicago and how you'd be treated poorly. And so I wonder how respectful Poundcake would be.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
We should do this to you.
Walking the streets, looking for food, a place to sleep, a way to survive. Tonight, Walter joins us with the first report from his Mean Streets Diary. He's live right now along Lower Wacker Drive. Walter?
Mike, Lower Wacker Drive is in every story ever told about the homeless because it's where they seem to be the easiest to find. I've been down here many times over the years interviewing the homeless under those warm air vents from the garages above. And
now, I'm telling you, we got to get Poundcake. This is a great idea. Imagine the attention you would be able to call to the city's unhoused if you went out there for 48 hours. And we will yellow your teeth out. How good are you at talking to yourself? Are you good at that? You're probably good at that.
I'm kind of good at that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Poundcake podcast was, a lot of
That's
episodes.
him talking to himself.
Mm-hmm. Thinking out loud.
Except Cake by the Lake ain't talking to himself.
No.
This is the real Cake by the Lake.
Ooh.
Homeless Poundcake.
Is there any homeless people by Edgewater? That's kind of,
Better not be.
Lakefront real estate. What you gonna do, Bill? Not being
Beat
Curtis?
it. You get out of here.
There better not be.
You take that over 117th.
I'm gonna sleep in a pothole.
Bill's living in the sky. He doesn't care.
I got a jacuzzi. Where'd you get a jacuzzi? Oh, I'm just chilling in one of Cleveland's potholes.
I'm sleeping in a pothole and farting. That's how I get all the bubbles. I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Personally, I don't take care of business in the shower.
Don't you just sit on the toilet, turn on the shower so the sound
2024 iHeart Podcast Awards live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cavs play tonight. They had a pretty good weekend. Beat the Spurs on Saturday night. They're back here at home. So the Romo Fijo tonight against the Sacramento Kings. That's a 7 o'clock tip here on MMS. 6:30 is when the pregame coverage will begin. As soon as we roll out. Donovan Mitchell kicked out of the game yesterday. Was that Spurs game?
That was Saturday, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they won.
Mm-hmm.
But people were talking about him, I guess, because some dude bumped him with the elbow. It's hard to see when those kinds of things, in the middle of the action, it's difficult to tell whether or not those things are intentional. It certainly didn't look intentional to me. But, it's a high-pressure situation. Zach Collins from the Spurs. Donovan Mitchell get into it because Mitchell gets an elbow to the face. And they'll both have fines. Both of them ejected. Both will have fines. Donovan Mitchell thought it was a dirty hit in his face. But the final was 117-99. So the Cavaliers did win there. So Cavs-Kings tonight on MMS. And then they'll head to D.C. midweek to play the Wizards. I was reading about, you went to the Monsters game. Was it Friday or Saturday you were at the Monsters game?
Friday night, yeah.
Boy, you talk about a schizophrenic couple of games. They played the Chicago Wolves, and on Friday they lose 5-0. But on Saturday, they win 9-0.
Well, I guess I wasn't the good luck charm.
They rolled over the Wolves 9-0. But each game, one team doesn't score at all.
Mm-hmm.
And you won some money.
On Friday, they did the parachutes that have the lotto tickets on them, and they drop them down around the arena, and it's the first time I ever got one.
Yeah.
They do it at Cavs games. They do it at Monsters games. I've been trying to get them for years. Finally got one, took my parachute over, cashed it in for a lotto ticket, and I won $4.
Is there any indication as to what the maximum might be, or they're just random scratchers?
500.
Scratchers? Oh, 500's the max.
Yeah.
And 4, I have to think, is the minimum.
I think the minimum is 0.
Oh, I see.
You can win 2.
Yeah. I guess some of them you get nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Good day, sir.
Yep.
You got $4.
I got 4. I got to cash it in. I keep forgetting to cash it in.
All right.
I'm not a regular with those, so I forget about it.
Well, also impressive is that your Cleveland Monsters have the highest AHL attendance in the league. It's the American Hockey League.
Oh, lots of people go to those games.
Yeah, they do, boy.
And boy, do they like to show not. Let me rephrase this. Boy, are they real generous with what Black history is in hockey.
Oh, yeah, they have a real broad definition. Well, because there's
they keep showing these guys like, here's this player that was black, and I'm like, looking at everybody, we're like, this guy doesn't look one little bit of black.
That guy gets a lot of footage up there on the Jumbotron because they only have you can count them all on one hand.
And they kept showing the 3 black families on the Jumbotron, too. They're like, gotta show them love.
Well, listen, I mean, hey, there's a hell of a lot more black hockey players than there used to be.
Absolutely.
Literally, there were like 2 or 3 of them back in the day. And now there's a lot, comparatively.
Absolutely.
But in the American Hockey League, your Cleveland Monsters, the fans show up. Highest attendance average in the American Hockey League. And, you got to give them props because there'll be nights when I'm leaving work downtown here, and you'd think there was a friggin' Browns game based on how many people are walking over to the Romo Fijo, and it always takes me a few seconds to realize what's going on until I start to see, like, kids with their parents, and the kid has a Monsters jersey on. I'm like, oh, it's a hockey game tonight. And I like hockey. And so
hockey's so fun.
Hockey's the best. So I'm glad that the Monsters do so well. I'm glad that those fans show up. I'm glad we give away tickets. I'm glad they do all kinds of fun stuff.
I do miss when they were the Lake Erie Monsters. I understand they want to do the Cleveland branding, but when they were called the Lake Erie Monsters, I thought that was a cooler name.
Why is that?
It's just kind of different, and
I mean, we're not the only city on Lake Erie,
right? But it is, implied, and it's I don't know. I just liked it.
Okay,
it was just a little different,
Right. Yeah, I mean, because they're the AHL team for the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have an NHL team, but hockey fans don't screw around. Hockey fans are hockey fans. That's a specific group of people. Those might be people. There's lots of crossover, sure, but you're also going to have hockey fans. They don't give a fat frog's ass about the Cavaliers or the Browns. They're hockey fans. And so it's nice to see that the Monsters get recognized for having the high. Now, I don't know what the highest average attendance is for a Monsters game. But those 2 games over the weekend against the Wolves, because I'm peeking in to see what the Wolves are doing. And each one of those games, the other team didn't score at all. 5 and 9 unanswered goals. On any given day, thousands of hockey fans fill the seats in the Romo Fijo. The Monsters average about 10,156 people per game. That's great.
That's impressive.
Yeah. It's not new, obviously, for the Monsters, but that's a hell of a showing in the AHL. And they're usually at the top of the division. So, and people have fun there. They're always doing something cool. So those Monsters games are, and at different points over the past decade and a half, we've all hosted at Monsters games, like the game stuff. And that's fun too.
The intermissions.
You got to go out there, hope you don't slip.
Yeah, that's the thing that you think about.
You just walk gingerly. I mean, you walk gingerly under normal circumstances, Cody. So I think it'd be perfect for you.
My anxiety got to me. That's all that was.
Yeah.
Like, I was too busy thinking about not slipping and didn't think about turning the mic on. I was like, oh, I got to get out there. Like, they put the little cleats things on your shoes. And then I'm like, okay, I never walked on this before. Let me make sure. And then I get out there, and they're like, Cody Poundcake Brown. I'm like, nothing.
Yeah. What do you mean nothing?
There was nothing come out of my mic because it wasn't on.
Oh, I thought you meant nothing from the crowd. Crowd loved you.
No, they did. And
yeah.
They loved me, and they were really interested in what I had to say for like 15 seconds when I wasn't saying anything.
Mm-hmm. They're like, well, I gave him 15 seconds, but clearly there's nothing happening here, so.
I have nightmares from that.
I've got to move on. There's the Monsters game. It's live audio of when Poundcake was out there on the ice.
It's one of my top 5 most embarrassing moments.
Yeah, that sounds like a poorly attended game, which is not necessarily representative of the Monsters at all. So you still have nightmares over that because the mic wasn't on?
Yep. It's top 5.
Yeah, but you didn't like slip and fall on your ass. Like that would be something that would freak me out. No. The mic not being on, I mean, that's a really common
it just looked
audio issue.
I looked like such an amateur, which I was, but I was focused on like not being an amateur. I thought being an amateur was slipping on the ice, but actually, if I would have slipped on the ice, I could have played it off and be like, ha, 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 big dumb idiot, I fell on the ice. But me not having my mic on, that's like
big dumb idiot.
Big dumb idiot. You can't you balance Poundcake? No, I've been in this my first time on ice. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
But no, not having my mic on.
I remember because I used to do that for the Pittsburgh Penguins when I lived in. I did that for a long time with the Penguins, and I went out one time, and I had done dozens of games, and I went out one time and slipped. Just took the wrong, and the interns that were working with me, these guys were so goddamn sharp. Well, it was one guy, one girl. They're out there with me, and I just kind of looked over my shoulder, and they saw I wasn't getting up, and they put a hand on either one of my shoulders. They knew exactly what I wanted. They pushed me towards one of the goals.
That's great.
And I was like, this is perfect. So you take a negative, turn it into a positive. There are all kinds of people that love watching me fall down. And, Alan, because those lottery tickets are given away, they don't follow normal rules. All those tickets dropped are winners.
Oh.
How do they know they're all winners? They scan them? They know they're winners?
I guess.
But how can you have a bunch of tickets that are all winners? When you have to buy, I don't know how it works. You have to buy a bunch and then
I'm sure
weed out the ones that are winners.
The lottery people give them all winners or something. I
don't know how that works. Yeah. Akron's softball team has the highest attendance in their league. What? The University of Akron? What are you talking about? Akron's softball team. Yeah, okay. Hey, our after hours line, people call all weekend long. When we're gone for a couple days, a lot of times it's drunk people. That's fine. Other times they just call for random things that cross the transom of their mind. You can use it for anything. 216-986-8903.
AC, this is Mark from Green. As a fervid show addict, even to the finest minutiae, I am struggling to decipher the line in your show open in between, I can't even stand your voice, and it's going to be a great show. Perhaps I'm losing my hearing. It's an unimportant yet unsolved mystery for me. Can you help a customer in failing hearing, Shani? Thank you. Bye.
In the show intro, between I don't know, between great show and
that's such wallpaper of
course
sound
it
to me
is.
where I
Yes.
don't even remember what's on there.
Hold on. It's gonna be a great show. Oh, so right there. Oh, I lost it.
Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Oh, that is a woman telling me that I'm the biggest a-hole alive. It's kind of it's edited.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm the biggest a-hole. Yeah.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a
Yeah, that's what she said.
I think you're the biggest a-hole alive.
Hey,
is what
thank
she
you.
says, Yeah.
Mark, there you go.
Can you be an a-hole respectfully, please?
Only if you're homeless. Only if you're out there and being homeless. But obviously, no one believes that Poundcake would be a respectful homeless person. Alan Poundcake would curse out the first person who didn't give him $1. Stephen Canton says that you could call yourself Skid Ho.
Gay homeless people, like that's another level. Because they still want to get down and dirty, but
Well,
they're
how is that
always
different than
dirty.
straight homeless people?
I don't know. There's more smells involved, I guess.
There's more smells.
That's what I'm
involved.
assuming.
Yeah, but they're all, but you figure as far as people who haven't bathed in a while, all those smells all mixed together. You're never going to be able to suss one out over the other ones. Alan, if I'm ever unhoused, I pledge to Amber Heard all over the place that Poundcake lives. They're already coming knives out for you.
I don't care. Go ahead.
He doesn't even want to. Poundcake doesn't even want to yes and these people.
So I can Karen you people and just call the police. There's someone pooping on my lawn. Fine.
Yes.
If you want to make a Karen out of me,
on
make
your
a Karen out of me.
downtown lawn. I'll tell you, and I may have told the story before, but it's the greatest homeless thing I've ever seen in my life because they didn't give a fudge. I was on a bus. This was like the summer of the OJ trial, and I was dating this girl who lived around the corner from where I was working, and I was on the bus headed back downtown. I had a couple of stand-up spots that night, and so I'm on the bus, and I'm looking out the window. We're at a red light, and across the street was a park, and there was a homeless guy and a homeless girl. They both look like they've been homeless a long time. They're probably in their mid-60s, maybe. And they were just sitting there next to each other, fully disheveled, everything that you would imagine them to look like, with each of them with an arm down the other one's pants, like to the elbow. And they're just working it. Just sitting side by side, working it, one hand in the other one's pants, and having it, middle of the day, mind you, or late afternoon. Having a great time. And I was like, boy, those two found their soulmate. I don't know if it rises to the level of soulmate, but I mean, they found something in each other.
Love finds a way.
Maybe. Never saw them again. You know, homeless people usually stick to a particular neighborhood. Never saw them again. But for that one fleeting moment, you want to talk about being homeless respectfully. For that one fleeting moment, I was like, man, it brought a tear to my eye. But that could be Poundcake. He could, all these...
You put your mind to it.
All these comments he's made over the years about finding love, it may come to him when he least expects it, i.e. when he's homeless.
Maybe. Maybe that's the secret ingredient, because me finding love any other way, just, I'm over it.
All right, well.
I don't trust nobody.
You don't trust anybody?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't seem to be keeping people from finding love.
I think they fake it.
You think they fake it?
Yeah, I mean, you can say you're in love, but do you really know?
Yeah, well, there's some people doing that.
They just want the Instagram pictures, and they don't want to be alone on Valentine's Day. But I'm not 100% convinced that they're in love.
You think they're lying to everyone?
Yeah, because people love appearances. Love them.
I mean, some people do. Not everybody. Some people don't care at all.
People don't want to be like, especially women, like after they get to a certain age, they're like, oh, it looks bad to be alone. Like, I'm alone at 34, 35. Something must be wrong with me. So
well, it's like women who would rather date a guy who's been divorced than a guy who's never been married. Because they go, well, at least he did it with someone.
And he knows that, she knows that he's capable of committing. Is that it?
I don't
know if that does anything.
I assume they just...
committed and then uncommitted.
The mindset is, well, he's not some psycho who's never been married and he's 40 or 45 or whatever. And it probably goes the other way, too. There's probably guys are like, she's never been married. You know, if that's important to people. Some people, I mean, times are different. Some people, they couldn't care less about that stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Society has changed so much. I don't know what's more of a red flag. Someone who has never been married or someone who has been divorced. Like, back then, I'd be like, oh, if he's divorced, then that's a red flag. But now, it's not, because I see a lot of marriages.
But I guess I'd play the odds. What is more common, that somebody has been divorced or that somebody's never been married? I don't know that it's inherently a red flag that someone's been divorced.
So I would say even maybe like, 10, 20 years ago, if I was a woman and I was looking for a proper suitor, I don't know if I think I would probably go for a single man more so than a divorced man. But in
a lot of situations, it's because the divorced guy might have kids. You're more likely, and some people just don't want to be step parents. So you go, well, the single guy's never been married, but he also doesn't have like any other baggage. Divorced people, they have baggage. They have emotional baggage, financial baggage. They might, there's a lot that goes into that.
That's right. Guys that have never been married have no emotional baggage.
No, I'm just saying that there is.
No, it's more on the surface for sure.
Well, there's different kinds, I guess, but they don't have children. That's a major thing you don't have to concern yourself with if you're single and no kids, because once you have kids, you are never ever not worried about them. So there isn't.
That's how you feel.
Well, of course,
there's plenty of guys that have kids and are never worried.
Well,
about
okay.
them.
People who are trying to be good parents.
Right.
Divorce aside, I guess I'm thinking of...
But also people that have kids out of wedlock. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Everybody's got something.
Yeah, okay. Well, good luck, Poundcake. On the subject of Bill winning $4 at the Monsters game, I was reading about 30 middle school teachers in Kentucky matched 5 numbers in the Powerball. 30 middle school teachers went in, and they won $1 million. Can you imagine if Cody was one of these teachers? You'd be like, how can I kill the other 29 teachers and not draw attention to myself?
I won! Oh, my gosh, we won. You're right. What did we win? She goes, Reynolds, I think we won $1 million. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
We work extra jobs to pay our bills. We work, we just look for it at anywhere that we can get it. And it's amazing just to have a little bit of relief for a second, some breathing room.
And so it wasn't the monetary as much as it was the symbol behind us being family and us doing this together.
So wait.
Mildred, could you come in here, please?
$1 million divided by 29?
They have been playing together for 14 years. They hit $1 million lottery ticket. They will each, after taxes, get about 24 grand.
Oh, no, they dying.
I mean, that's 24 grand they didn't have before. That's not too bad.
In their drink.
What?
Nothing.
Cyanide. This is what I'm saying.
Nah,
He would call way too much attention if 29 the teachers died. He would go after a couple of them.
$24,000. I can't even get no big stupid veneers with that. I can't get no big stupid horse teeth with that.
You already have good teeth.
It's not the teeth.
Why do you want big stupid veneers? By the way?
Because it's a sign of wealth. Getting big stupid
In
white.
what century?
Why do you want to show off your wealth?
Because
isn't it just good to have $24,000 and feel like, okay, I got this nest egg. I can, invest it wisely.
Buying jewelry is gaudy. Buying cars is
Okay,
flashy.
don't you know?
You don't even wear jewelry now.
Don't you know the real power is in that quiet money? Real power is the kind you never see.
Buy one $24,000 chain. I'll snatch it off your neck.
That's what I'm saying. You
They'll
can't
hang you
snatch
with
out
it.
my teeth. You can't snatch out my teeth.
Oh,
Tell that to people walking around with hammers.
Mm-hmm.
I want some big, stupid Joe Biden horse teeth. That's what I want when I get my...
To show everybody you're so rich.
That'll show them, yeah.
Yes. He got that quiet money and loud money. He's siphoning it from other countries. That's wealth.
Who is?
Biden.
Oh, please. The guy's worth like 700 grand.
He's got to pay for those big, stupid horse teeth somehow.
He got him 30 years ago. He's already paid for the hair plugs and the teeth 3 decades
I don't
ago.
know about the hair plugs, but the teeth still look...
Those hair plugs are 40 years old.
His teeth are like 70 years younger than he is.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's what Poundcake wants. To kill the other teachers to get his grill all squared away.
Yeah, and it's not because anything wrong with my teeth. It's just I want to... If I can get it better, why wouldn't you? Like, I don't even want to be able to close my mouth. They're just like, Cody, where... Yeah, hi? I just want.
He wants those Chris Rock veneers.
I want people to be angry when they look at me, like you just stupid, big stupid teeth. Like,
wow.
What do you mean?
Like Gary, you want to be like the Black Gary Busey?
Yeah, whoever that is.
This son of a bitch. Okay, I got a break. You want to send me a text 35192? Want to get on Bill Squire's Polar Blast team? What's the name of your team?
ISIS.
ISIS. Want to join ISIS? We're going back to Boston Mills Brandywine on the 23rd of this month for our 12th Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race, and we're putting people on Bill's team all week. So your first shot to grab that spot is after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
never seen before. We'll preview and recap every game as we make our way through the playoffs and to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
It's time to give. Hey, time to give stuff away.
All right, we're going back to Boston Mills Brandywine for the 2024 Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race. Each one of us captain of our own teams, with you guys joining us, putting people on Bill's team all this week. ICES is the team. You want to join up? WMMS.com's got all the details, by the way. And if you want to be on Bill's team, any words of encouragement you want to give the winner?
Be a chunky fat.
All right, you heard the man. Be a chunky fat and be caller 10. And you'll get on Team Bill here. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The cup and ball, the yo-yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
More money in about 8 or 9 minutes. 3:30. Listen for that next keyword. It'll get you $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Last handful of keywords with me this afternoon. 5:30 is your last one until tomorrow morning. If you're watching the show live at AlanCoxShow.com, thank you, and thanks also to Ella Mae Weatherwax, who's assisting in the video department today.
It's Mrs. Weatherwax.
Mrs. Weatherwax. All right, didn't see that. Ella Mae Weatherwax.
She makes it known.
Thank you so much. Cavs play tonight. They had a pretty good weekend. They're going to be playing the Kings here at home. Fortunes can change in a second. You know, the Sixers just lost their best player, Joel Embiid. He's having a meniscus surgery. And what that means for that team, who knows? But the Cavs are killing it right now.
They really are. It's been fun to watch.
Sixers still have Barkley and Dr. J. But Joel M. I'm sorry?
They don't. Those guys have been retired for a very long time.
Mo Cheeks? Who's on the Sixers now?
They have less cheeks now.
Oh, fewer cheeks. By the way, Earl the Twirl died. Speaking of Dr. J.
I saw that.
Earl Curitan, who we had like a year after Jordan got to Chicago, we had Earl the Twirl on the Bulls. He got drafted by the Sixers, but he spent the last 10 years here because he's from Detroit. He played college ball for Dick Vitale. And he kind of made his way around the league, but he's been like one of those ambassadors for the Pistons for the past 10 years. He wasn't old. They said he died suddenly, 66 years old. Earl the Twirl, who was like a big deal back in the day. Played with Dr. J in Philadelphia. Played with Jordan on the Bulls. He played for a bunch of teams. I think he played for Toronto in the early days of the Raptors. He coached. He was all over the place. And they haven't said why he died, but he's 66 years old. That's not old. But anyway, Joel Embiid is out. They said, we're not ruling out a return at the end of this season, but I don't think that's in the cards if you're having that kind of surgery this far into the season. I mean, the end of the regular season is middle of April. So who knows? But we'll see what that does to Philadelphia. The Cavs are still ahead of them, though. I think we might have leapfrogged somebody.
Yeah, we are the number
Knicks.
3 seed right now.
Yeah. Behind Boston and the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good times for Cavaliers fans.
Yep.
Right now. You might have won $4. I forgot to mention this before we went to break. You might have won $4 on that scratcher that you won at the Monsters game. But I'm happy to report that I have received an email that is making it very clear that apparently I've got just a little bit more than $4 coming my way.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Is this from a prince?
Nope, the National Lottery in the UK.
Oh.
And I know it's for me because it says attention email account holder.
Oh.
That's you.
That is me.
You hold that account.
Yes, this is my congratulations. I got draw number 1404 in the UK International Lottery. Now, you'd think you'd have to be a resident there. Not according to this. Not according to this. Could you imagine if one email somebody got was legit?
Right.
And they're like, ha, 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 these dummies, delete. Well, anyway, I am getting 800,000 pounds sterling.
Pounds sterling?
I don't know what that I don't know what that is in American money.
That's who I want on my team.
It's probably $700,000.
Oh, that 800,000 pounds sterling. He's a big fat chunk.
It's Donald Sterling's kid, I think. 800,000 pounds in cash to me.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You still going to do the show, or are you going to?
Of course.
You go tell our bosses to F off right now.
No.
Go tell them. You got 800,000
Not
pounds.
doing it.
Go tell them how you really feel.
Nope.
Can I have some for my teeth?
Nope. Their total cash prize that they're sharing amongst the winners is 17 million pounds, and I get 800,000 of them. So that's very exciting for me. I wrote them back, and I said, hey, this is email account holder. When can I get my money? But it looks completely legit.
It's got to be.
Yep.
I mean, they were very specific about who won.
Phone numbers and obviously.
Give them your phone number. Give them your phone number.
I gave them everything.
They probably
I
need
gave
a
them
bank
account number.
account.
Yep.
Yeah, all that
I said,
stuff.
please wire to the following numbers. And even though it's the UK lottery, their service manager is in Johannesburg. I'm sure that's completely legit. I'm not worried about it. This is how you know
people work remote. They get
I know.
outsourced stuff like that. It's very common.
This is how I know that the UK Lottery's fiduciary agent is on the up and up, because his email account is a Hotmail account. So,
because it's hot.
I'm not worried about it at all. I wanted you and our dear audience to be the first ones to find out. I wanted you to hear it from me before it goes public. And I have the local media banging down my door asking me what I'm going to do.
But you think rich people don't have Hotmail accounts, though?
I don't think that fiduciary agents with the United Kingdom's lottery service are using Hotmail accounts.
They don't want people hitting them up
Forward
all
it
the
to
time.
Poundcake.
I will. You know what? I'm going to let you do the legwork on this, Cody, and then I'll give you a finder's fee. How's that?
Appreciate that.
Yep. I'll send it right along to you. And you figure out what to do with it.
I hit another lottery this weekend. Well, actually, it was this morning.
Good for you.
Not a fiscal gain, but I hit the earwax lottery this morning.
Jesus Christ.
And I had.
What constitutes the earwax lottery?
I pulled something out of my ear that looked like what you call a dried grape.
Okay. A raisin.
A raisin.
Why was it so dark?
It was more like a golden one. It was
a white raisin?
No, like it was kind of like
a golden. Yeah.
It was like a tannish color. It wasn't super dark.
This is like Chekhov in Star Trek 2.
But I'm talking about like the size of it was raisin sized.
Yeah.
And I felt it move around in my ear, and I was like, "What?"
Did you immediately think it was a cocoon of some kind?
That's what I was terrified that it was, and I got it out, and it was just.
What did you use to get it out?
I just used a little.
Tweezers or a Q-tip?
Yeah, little tweezers. Oh god. Because I don't want to. Because I could feel it in there, like rattling around. I'm like, "What the hell is this?" I was shocked. It was huge.
Could you immediately hear better out of that ear?
I think I could. I think that's been in there for a while, and this plug of wax came out, and I'm hearing better now.
It felt like you came out of a pool and you could hear everything better. Which ear was this?
My right ear.
Wow.
My go-to. That's my listening ear.
Yeah.
Well, I would say my wax buildup has not been as bad as when I wear headphones. Like, something happens. I don't know chemically if it sets stuff off, but like every time I'm done like with the show, I feel the need to like clean my ears out. I just feel like one, they're probably dirty and have like a bunch of oils from like my hands touching the headphones and the headphones touching, my skin.
Yeah, but it's not touching the inside of your ears.
I know, but I feel like for whatever reason, it's like there's air trapped in there, and it just like push. I don't know why I think that.
I don't know why you think that. I've been wearing headphones my entire adult life professionally.
I've
never had that issue. I know people are different, but like you're blaming the headphones.
But I feel like it's more prevalent. Like when air gets trapped in there, and like I twitch or something, like I move my jaw, pressure goes up, and like I can
These
feel
are not
my
airtight.
earwax.
The headphones are not airtight. They're not suction cupped to your head.
I don't know.
I've been
Maybe
wearing
not.
headphones professionally for 32 years every day of my life, and I've never had that happen. Like, there's not a vacuum between, I mean, even if there were, it would be the lightest possible kind of suction. I don't know what that would have to do with, I imagine Bill's not chalking that up to wearing headphones every day.
No, I don't think it's a headphone thing. I think I just had some loose wax. I don't know if there's something I've been eating that causes more of a waxy buildup, but
Yeah.
I'm happy it's out. Tell you that much.
Right.
Felt good to get it out of there. And
Wow.
I'm very happy it wasn't a bug.
Jesus. Right.
Or a cocoon.
What do you
Ugh.
use to clean your ears, Poundcake?
I just use what is it? The hydrogen peroxide. Is that what
You
it's-
pour hydrogen peroxide into your ears.
Yeah, I just put it a little bit in the cap.
You don't use like a Q-tip or something.
I don't think I'm supposed to do that.
I don't
have
like
really small
Q-tips.
ear holes.
My wife and my daughter give me a hard time. Well, my daughter mostly gives me a hard time because they use Q-tips, and I go, I don't want something that small in my ear. I use a Kleenex on my pinky that has never, it's never failed me. I just don't like Q-tips,
dude.
But some people they jam the wax in there.
Yeah,
with
and
Q-tips.
that's. I don't think I've been jamming the wax in because I think that's why it came out. I think I just had like a weird buildup over the past few days and it came out in a
They got
big
these
clump.
ads on social media. You see them on Instagram for the people. They're trying to sell like these Q-tips with an endoscope in them, so you can look on your phone and see you digging your ear out. I'm like, Jesus
Listen,
Christ, that can't be good.
my birthday's next week, so I would love that.
Somebody's got a birthday coming up.
There's certain orifices that you don't want like intruded upon, and like my nostrils.
Do tell.
I'm just saying my nostrils. I really don't like putting stuff up there.
You don't want to go spelunking into your brain through your nose like an Egyptian pharaoh.
And then like when I put the hydrogen like in my hydrogen peroxide in my ears, like you can hear it.
Yeah, bubbles.
I'm like, oh, this is off-putting, and then I have to like smack the other side of my head and make it come out the other side. It's just weird.
You don't get swimmer's ear or something. I thought the hydrogen peroxide was like for people that have like a ongoing problem with earwax.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
like
a
it's
good thing
supposed
to do.
I don't know for
I
regular
have
maintenance you're supposed to do that.
I don't do it that often, but that's what I do when I clear out when I'm like doing a thorough cleaning. That's what my mom told me to do, and I have very small ear
It's like
holes.
seasonally.
Pretty much. Like if I feel like I'm clogged, then I put the little hydrogen up there. But I don't like it, and I have very small ear holes. And
Do you dilute it?
No.
I mean, you're supposed to do like 50-50, I think. I don't think you're supposed to pour straight hydrogen peroxide into your ear.
I have a little
Well, it
cap full.
turns gay when it gets in his ear.
I've got to give some money away here. As promised from the Buzzard Bookie, it's $1,000. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right. Alan, try ear candling. That's all made up. Stop it. Poundcake knows there's always air in your ears, right?
Yeah, but it's
Well,
not
that's-
trapped. It's when it's trapped because of the headphones. That's when he gets nervous.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen.
My ears feel weird after like a long day of wearing headphones. And
Okay.
It just is, and I feel like sometimes it's clogged. I could be just feeling that, or I could be, it may not be true, but that's just what my ears feel like. I can't wear like AirPods or anything, any of those wireless headphones because my ear holes are too small, so they get clogged really easily. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have earwax.
What's an ear doctor's name?
It's ear, nose, and throat. ENT.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's who I went to for.
So you'd
my
go to the same
tinnitus.
guy for your nose that you would for your ears.
Yeah, I think I did though.
Yeah.
I just didn't remember what it was called. I didn't know if it was ENT or
ENT, ear, nose, throat.
Okay.
Imagine that. It's a hacky bit when people talk about what doctors specialize in. But that is interesting. That somewhere along the way in the evolution of medicine, somebody said, I think we should focus. These are so different that they're all obviously, part of the skull or the throat or whatever, but ear, nose, and throat.
And not mouth.
Eyes are separate.
It's like you don't get mouth, you get throat.
The dentist, different. Throat. I mean, you got to go through the mouth to get to the throat. What that throat do?
That's the second verse of Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes. The follow-up hit, you got to go through the mouth to get to the throat.
To the throat. Krista says, I wear headphones all day. I feel like my ears are sweating because they're producing heat.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
But what does that have to do with the inside of your ear?
Because
canal.
I feel like the temperature is different on the outside than on the inside. It just feels different.
Alan, why does Cody keep mentioning how small his ear holes are? That's got nothing to do with anything.
He's putting it out there, letting people know.
He wants to know he's not an ear hole size queen. That's what he wants people to know.
I got tight little ears.
Because it get clogged.
Don't yell at me, just whisper.
I bet you can't fit in there. Because you what?
I said it gets clogged easier. I feel like if it's smaller, if you have a smaller ear canal, it's got to be more diligent with it because you have to.
Well, it's all relative, though. I mean, I don't think anyone has big ear canals. I mean, I think they're all kind of standard size. I don't know if that's something that varies on people. It might. I'm not an ENT, but
I don't know.
I don't know.
I just thought it would. I thought it made a difference.
Yeah, it might. You might be onto something.
Tight little ear canal.
Tight little naughty ear canal.
When I worked at KFC as a kid, I ripped off. They brought chicken back to throw away. It was expired, so I ripped off 20 chicken thigh skins, fried chicken thigh skins, and I ate them. And then I just threw the whole chicken thighs away and continued to wash dishes, and it was fun.
What a random call. Were we talking about eating chicken? Expired chicken at KFC. He pulls the skins off. Was he deep frying them?
I don't know.
I'm so confused by that.
Sounds awesome, though. Sounds good.
That's so unhealthy for you.
Oh, it's so
He's
good,
like, hey, there's some expired chicken going out to the garbage. I'm going to pull.
You're
so random. Were we We weren't talking about chicken, were we? Maybe that's from last week or something. I don't know.
The chicken is a heritage breed, woodland-raised chicken that's been fed a diet of sheep's milk, soy, and hazelnuts.
Okay, this is local?
Yes, absolutely.
How big is the area where the chickens are able to roam free?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have exactly the same question.
4 acres. So here is the chicken you'll be enjoying tonight. His name was Colin. Here are his papers, okay?
Mm-hmm. Colin the chicken. So there's some food news for you. I don't know where that came from, but also before I go to break, they have announced that the Shamrock Shakes are back. I know you enjoy those.
Oh my
so
God, they're going to take my money. I've been eating so good.
McDonald's making a big deal about the fact that the Shamrock Shakes have returned just in time for St. Patty's Day. They call it iconic.
Yeah, it is. They don't want me to thrive because I'm about to spend all my money.
Again, I feel that it's this doesn't always jibe with the fact that their shake machines are so frequently out of order. If one of the things people love so much and you're trying to sell,
depends on what time you go.
What do you mean?
If it's near the end of the night, then yes, their shake machine is broken. But
I've gone in the middle of the afternoon and they're like, "No shakes today." I'm like, okay, cool.
I don't know if I've.
You have to. You open with, "Are the shakes working?"
Can I get a shake?
Right. So they are letting people know that they are back while supplies last, which means we've only got so many bags of this green goo to go into the machines.
It's heavenly.
And the Oreo Shamrock Shake. A large is 800 calories. They suggest that a person who weighs 150 pounds burns off 40 calories with every 1,000 steps taken. So you'd have to walk 20,000 steps to burn off a Shamrock Shake.
It's worth it.
Is it? You're not going to walk 20,000. You're not going to be concerned about burning off your Shamrock Shake.
But if I was.
Well,
if I was.
He's OJ over here. If I did it. Well, then don't get the large, right?
No, you gotta get the large.
You do? That's too
Oh,
much.
so much.
It's too much.
By the time you're done with it, you're like, I don't even want this anymore.
I was going to say, it seems to make more, because if you get the big one, then you got to finish the big one. Otherwise, it's just wasteful. I would think it'd be better to get the smallest one they have, which is not going to be that small, and then you go, that's pretty good. But you do you. I'm just throwing out that information there for you because I know that you're a big fan of those. Shamrock Shakes are back. I'm sure we'll have commercials to that effect if we don't already. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and you can watch live, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience. And when you play with the Buzzard Bookie, you won't learn any of them. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can be a complete degenerate and listen all day, get an earful of MMS, and maybe a pocket full of cash. You can't lose with the Buzzard Bookie, only on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Want to hear a jingle? Yeah, neither do we. This commercial break is brought to you jingle-free by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees, into the canyons, over the mountains, or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
If you see me stopped in the McDonald's drive-thru, just staring at the menu with my "what should I order" face, don't interrupt. It's the most important decision I'll make all day.
There's a deal for every big thinker at McDonald's. Now order and pay in the McDonald's app and get 30% off any purchase of $5 or more. Valid once per day through 6/30/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes taxes. Must opt into rewards.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you really want to watch those savings soar, trade in your current ride. Plus, they've got financing from 0.9%. Oh, you hear that? That's your dream car calling, Cleveland. Get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for additional details.
You know the biggest games are won in the trenches, right? Even armpit trenches. That's right. Luckily, Old Spice, the greatest smell in the NFL, has you covered. Grab a 4-pack of Old Spice Swagger deodorant at Costco today. When you use Old Spice daily, you get 24/7 odor protection. It's like an entire offensive line fending off unwanted odors. It's only available for a limited time, so rush to Costco now. Old Spice, official locker room product of the NFL and Super Bowl 58.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because our home policies help protect your dreams and come with peace of mind. Save up to 25% by bundling home, auto, and life. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Discounts may not apply to all coverages on an auto or home policy. Discounts do not apply to life insurance policies. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, American Family Life Insurance Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in 1 wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Mr. Hero's new Bud's value menu has everyone craving to try one. And what if I told you that you can get the bacon cheeseburger Bud for just $1 with any sandwich purchase? I know, sounds too good to be true.
I crave the hero.
It's winter savings time at Conrad's. Get up to $375 off 4 select Goodyear tires, including the popular Weather Ready, perfect for Cleveland weather. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Get ready for the big game with a free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Ever feel judged at the gym?
You don't know how to use the leg curl machine? Are you serious? Is this your first day alive? No, it's okay. I love helping people during their first day on Earth.
At Planet Fitness, get energy without the judgment and join the judgment-free zone. Never intimidating, always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Get energized today during the Big Fitness Energy Sale for $1 down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, February 16th. See Home Club for details.
Hey, it's Alan. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your old car, no matter what shape it's in. So do a good thing without cutting into your schedule at all. Just go to carsforkids.org today. And remember, that's cars with a K.
Want to get your hands on the next big thing? At Verizon, new and existing customers can trade in their old Samsung phone, any model, in any condition, and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with Galaxy AI on us, with select unlimited plans. A better plan to save is Verizon. $999.99 device payment or a full retail purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or select 5G unlimited plan required. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Oh yeah! It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Gary Clark Jr. from Austin, Texas. He's back on the road and coming to Cleveland this spring, Friday, May 24th. He'll play Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. He's dynamite. Perennially underrated. Love Gary Clark Jr. AXS.com's got the details on the tour, the tickets, and all that. This pair for you. You get the first 2 from me this week. 2 for Gary Clark Jr. in May. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Gary Clark, a guy who I think got like a full ride or something at UTA. and told his parents he wasn't going to take it because he wanted to play the guitar. And so he went off into the world and I think he had been playing since he was 13, 14 years old, something like that. But obviously, if you'd spent any amount of time in Texas over the past 15 years, you might have been somewhat familiar with Gary Clark Jr., but then he really kind of blew up from doing the Beatles song. But he's great. So I have tickets for you all week. I will have Sonic Temple passes for you as well, about a half an hour from now and the remainder of the week. Sonic Temple is mid-May down in Columbus. That is the 17th, well, it's the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th of May. It is now up to 4 days and nights down at Crew Stadium in Columbus. And then if you want to go to that Train and REO Speedwagon show at Blossom, maybe that's more your speed. That's July 15th out there. I'll have those tickets for you all this week. Cavs play tonight. They are here at home before they hit the road again. They will play where are they playing tonight? They are playing the Kings, Sacramento. 7 o'clock is the tip-off on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And all month long at CLE Clothing Company, you can use the promo code Pierogi for 20% off. Whatever you want. Pierogi. If you want to shop at their website, you can do it. If you find yourself in one of their stores, you can do it there too. Grammys were last night. I don't know why I didn't know that.
You missed it?
Yeah. You didn't watch it, did you?
No, I don't. I saw that it was on, but
I didn't even see it was on. I don't know. I guess I went to that Pet Shop Boys concert film yesterday afternoon, but I guess the Grammys weren't on my radar. Trevor Noah hosted. Well, because obviously we talk about kind of the run-up to these shows, but then I don't know when they happen. And so the Grammys were last night, and a lot of attention paid to a variety of things. Tracy Chapman made a surprise appearance. Cleveland, Ohio's own Tracy Chapman. Because that song Fast Car of hers was done, Luke Combs did it, who's a country artist. And they had took the crowd a minute to realize that Tracy Chapman was playing the song with him. And, of course, they were very, very excited when they saw that it was her. So it was kind of a surprise duet. But Tracy Chapman, coming from Cleveland, Ohio. Mm-hmm.
Maybe together we can get somewhere. Any place is better. Starting from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we'll make something. Me, myself, I got nothing to prove.
And then the dude, I guess Luke Combs sings it with her. There you go. Well, it's a great song. She still sounds awesome. I don't know how old Tracy Chapman is.
She looks great, too.
I have a feeling she's probably older than she was when she first did that song.
This is why you are you.
I'm
not going to say what that is, but
no,
you are you.
She looks great. She looks great. Sounds
great.
awesome. Yeah. And, you know, you're getting paid every time some corn pone does one of your songs. So good for her.
Thank the corn pones. What's a pone? I know what corn is. What's a pone?
Well, ask them. You ask them what that is. What?
Do you get paid for a cover? Like when it plays on the
Yeah,
radio,
hells
you
yes.
get paid. But
Yeah.
but I thought fair use was you could do a parody or a cover.
It's not a parody.
I'm saying
if
could
you're
do a
the
cover on YouTube.
if
right?
you're the songwriter, you get money.
No, he means if you are the performing the cover.
Well, Luke Combs released the song.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes, that I understand. You get paid.
But you have to
because-
get permission to do it.
Yes, I'm talking about all these people on YouTube who do covers of those songs.
No,
They're not
no.
paying for those.
No, but if somebody puts an album out with a cover of your song,
Yes.
you own the she
you
gets
get paid
money
for
from that.
Because if you can make money off of it, then you have to pay for it. But the songwriting laws are just so wonky because it's the same reason why Taylor Swift couldn't buy her masters, but she could re-record them, and it just defeats the purpose in it's just a bunch of law stuff, which is real weird.
My question is, okay, so Taylor Swift announces at the Grammys last night that she's dropping a new album. When is she making these albums?
On the road. While
She's
still on tour.
You're telling me while she's on tour, she's writing and recording out on the bus? I mean, she doesn't need to do that.
She doesn't take a bus. She takes a plane. I can guarantee you she probably has a studio on that plane.
So when the mood strikes, she can just record something?
I'm sure she probably has a schedule.
I would think while you're on tour, in between shows, the last thing you want to do, listen, Inspirato strikes, maybe you don't know when that's going to happen, but I would think the level she's operating at, she would just be like, when I'm on the plane, when I'm in between gigs, I'm going to chill. I'm going to take care of myself. She's on tour. She's at Chiefs games.
I just feel like it would get, and I'm talking in regards to if I was at her level, it would just get boring. It would be very repetitive every day. Like go to the studio, do a show. Like the passion and
yeah, that's what people are always saying about Taylor Swift's life. It looks so boring.
I'm not talking about people looking at her life. I'm talking about her living it. Like every moment of your day is scheduled for you.
But she's still young. You figure even if you're operating at full capacity, you're really only going to be white hot for maybe a handful of years. I mean, she can have a lifelong
hot for like 15 years.
Not like this. Not like this. This is why everybody's so laser focused on her. She's been white hot like this for maybe 5. So you're not going to do it forever.
When was her last album? Like a year ago?
It was it was Lover. And that was when she was with the other boyfriend. And then before Lover, it was Reputation.
So wait.
Well, maybe now that this
she doesn't even have a breakup to write about. What is she going to sing about?
It's called the Tortured Poets Department. Oh, boy.
Throw up.
She's been hanging out with, what's his name, Brandon Urie.
I think that's good. You want these tortured poets out there in their small cages writing their crappy haikus because they can't get inspired.
Haikus.
We want these poets to be free range, eating, being grass-fed.
Yeah.
And also
all organic.
They're in a department.
Treated correctly. I don't want any mistreated poets.
She won her 13th Grammy for Pop Vocal Album.
I want to say thank you to the fans by telling you a secret that I've been keeping from you for the last 2 years, which is that my brand new album comes out April 19th. It's called The Tortured Poets Department. I'm going to go and post the cover right now backstage. Thank you. I love you. Thank you.
So she knew she was going to win.
Okay, so, yeah, of course she does. She's Taylor Swift.
It's boring. That's what I'm saying.
Why is it boring?
Because she's like, I know I'm going to win this award because I always win the awards. So I'm just going to go up there and announce my new album. Like, what's the point of keep getting all these accolades and you don't even, appreciate them?
Who says she doesn't appreciate the accolades?
Glad she's excited to let loose. Her last album was October 2022. So it's been
2 years.
2 years. Or like a year and a half.
Yeah, not even.
But she likes to make music. Why does that bother you? You don't have to listen to it.
Unfortunately, I do.
No, you don't. I don't.
It's all over the place. You can't avoid it.
I do. I have too. I know that Trouble song because of the goat.
Yeah.
Dude,
that's
the
Bad
only
Blood.
Song I like. That's the only song that I will bump. Like that is the club banger. When I'm in a gay club, that I Knew You Were Trouble song comes on. I'm like, get to the dance floor. And then the beat drops and it's lit. Like that. I don't know who she was working with on that, but that was it's good. Beat drop.
That's pretty good.
That goat.
That's great. That goat is the goat. So anyway, she's dropping.
Good for her and her
now,
tortured poets.
I think it would have been awesome if she's like, I'm dropping a new album, except I'm only releasing it if Joe Biden is elected.
Just really troll them all.
Man. Yeah, take that, MAGA Super Bowl dummies. You were looking in the wrong place, as usual. I will only drop my new album if she won her 4th Grammy for Album of the Year. She's the first female to do that. The record was held by Frank Sinatra, Paul Simon, and Stevie Wonder.
That's the thing about that's confusing about the Grammys too is she won a Grammy for an album that came out in 2022.
They make up stuff because they
the
need to give her an
time things
award.
are.
I don't. This is why.
Yes, they made up album of the year.
No, they make up like timelines. They make up their own rules. Like, oh, well, this actually qualifies for this year because it was actually really late. And like, if they want to give you an award, they'll make up a reason to give you the award.
Well, who won it album of the year last year?
Don't know.
That they're trying to keep it from her.
I don't know. I don't watch the Grammys anymore. I don't have cable.
On the subject of Tracy Chapman, just very quickly, the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District, which is a great follow on social media, posted a Cleveland infrastructure appreciation post: roads, sewers, water, electric. Tracy Chapman. Yeah, so Taylor Swift wins that. By the way, all the talk about Nepo babies, you know who opens for Taylor Swift a lot? An artist named Gracie Abrams. You ever heard of Gracie Abrams?
No.
She's J.J. Abrams' daughter. That must be nice.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of connections in the entertainment business. I mean, she can sing. They're not wheeling her out and she doesn't know what she's doing, but that must be nice. Dave Chappelle got his 5th Grammy. Best Comedy Album category. So being canceled is really hurting him. Celine Dion was there. They rolled her out. She got a standing ovation because she's kind of been hidden away because she has that stiff person syndrome. They've got to come up with a better name for that.
Stiff bitch syndrome.
Than the why is she a bitch? You love her.
I didn't say a stiff bitch syndrome. You said a different name.
They need I mean, you know, diseases and syndromes are usually named after the person who discovered it, right? Jakob Creutzfeldt or whatever. They got all these stiff person syndrome. So she made a surprise appearance. She got out there. She was the one who handed the award to Taylor Swift, and everybody got mad at Taylor Swift. She's like, look Celine in the eye, whatever it was. You just can't make people happy. You just can't make people happy. But
Acknowledge the queen, bitch.
Well, I was reading about that stiff person syndrome, though, from people who have it, because everybody expected.
I have a little bit of it.
Yeah, in the midsection?
Yep.
When you see Celine Dion or otherwise? More of a Megan Thee Stallion stiff person syndrome.
More of that than Celine Dion.
But again, people were like, "Oh, Celine looked way better than I thought." But people who have this syndrome say it's very, very strange because there will be times where you feel like you're a teenager. You feel great, and in other times you can't move and you're in immense pain. And so that's unfortunate, but that's strange. I mean, she's not going to be out performing again, I don't think.
Oh, I'm so glad I saw her when I did.
Right? You did.
I lucked out. I am very happy that I saw 2/3 of the vocal trinity in my life, if I'd done nothing else.
Billy Joel performed, did his brand new song there. Here's Celine Dion. I say, here's Celine Dion. Every night in my dreams. Thank you. Keep it going.
I see you. I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on. Far across the distance, in spaces between us, you have come to some. Go on.
You have come to something, go on. Yeah, give me the chorus.
Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that my heart will go on. Once.
Okay. This is what he's doing in his car at like red lights and stuff?
No wonder he's crying.
That brought a tear to my eye. Anyway, I don't know why my audio's not goddamn playing here, but whatever. Jay-Z called everybody out for not giving Beyonce Album of the Year.
Because she was dressed like Texas Roadhouse or something.
Yeah, she had like a big cowboy hat on, yeah.
That's the definition of bored. She's like, I've worn so many gowns, like I've been hot all these years. Let me just play it up one night. Let
Well,
my
she was
daughter wear the
naked on
gown.
the back of that horse. She probably had a whole costume. Then they're like, you know, it'd be better than you looking like Annie Oakley. Why don't you just strip down to your birthday suit and then sit on that glitter horse?
I have grown out of Beyonce. Like she used to be my bitch. And
Bite your tongue.
Like I've grown out of her. Like her music is not. She's all for clout now. Like her Renaissance album was not her best album. It's her best albums to date is still I Am Sasha Fierce.
Wow. Oh, I don't want to leave this out, by the way. There were a handful of new categories at the Grammys, including Best African Music Performance. You know who the inaugural Grammy went to? Tyla for her song Water. She's a South African singer, and she won the very first Grammy for Best African Music Performance. And to celebrate here on the show, DJ Jake C composed the Poundcake Water Dance Remix. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
To celebrate Tyla's win at the Grammys?
I need this as my ringtone.
This is a banger. This is good.
It's great.
Man.
DJ Jake C knows how to crank out a banger, boy. So that's in honor of Tyla winning the inaugural.
Make sure that
African,
Matitude has that ready to go.
Ready to go at the Polar Blast. Yes.
I want to dance to that.
I'll send him all those. So, Best African Music Performance is one of 3 brand new categories. Kylie Minogue won Best Pop Dance Recording, and then they have Best Alternative Jazz Album. That was Michelle Ndegeocello.
Oh,
who
finally.
did it? You remember her?
No.
She got popular maybe 25 years ago because she covered that Van Morrison song with John Mellencamp. They did Wild Night.
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was part of the alternative jazz community now, but that's kind of what most people might know her from if they know her at all. So those are the winners of the inaugural, the 3 new categories there. I guess people were really clamoring for dance pop, but I didn't know. Again, all I know of Tyla is that song. I didn't realize she was a South African performer. But so yeah. Congratulations to her. Congratulations to Poundcake for the Poundcake remix. You want to hear it again?
Yes. Come on. Poundcake dance.
Bill and I can't be the only 2 people dancing.
Right. Use them shoulders. There you go. Sounds like you're saying baby sweat.
Baby sweat, baby sweat. Nope.
Tur.
Tur.
That's my favorite part.
Tur.
Tur.
Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me lose my breath, make me water.
Man. Now, as we know, you like to take pride in other people's accomplishments. Boy, what a double whammy! You can take pride in Tyla winning that inaugural Grammy and DJ Jake C's brand new dance remix of your song.
I will send my invoice.
Indeed. Well,
I
congratulations.
already sent my voice. I just need my invoice. I need some ends.
What with them tiny ear holes and everything. Well, congratulations to all involved. I've got to take a break. You want to get those weekend passes for Sonic Temple? I will have them for you right when we return. And then 4:30 is that next keyword, second to last today, to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Get ready for iHeartRadio Live with the Black Crowes. An exclusive interview and live performance. All in celebration of their new album, Happiness Bastards. Available March 15th. Don't miss iHeartRadio Live with the Black Crowes. Listen right here. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube. Tomorrow, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Variably cloudy skies throughout your Monday. Highs in the upper 30s. Areas of fog developing late tonight with overnight lows in the upper 20s. For your Tuesday, a mix of clouds and sunshine with highs in the low 40s.
This report is sponsored by KenGanleyAuto.com.
We want to buy your car or truck at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Regardless of its condition or how many miles it has, get an instant offer today. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Universal Windows Direct.
This is your Monday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
It's big game week with San Francisco taking on Kansas City. Both teams have arrived in Las Vegas for Sunday's big matchup. They'll have media day, practices all week. The 49ers are holding as a 2-point favorite. Over-under totals also holding at 47.5 points. So many props and parlays available. Who will score the first touchdown? Christian McCaffrey, plus 350. Isaiah Pacheco, plus 550. Player props. Brock Purdy, throw 2 or more touchdowns. Patrick Mahomes, throw 2 or more touchdowns. Over under 262 yards passing. It's the 49ers and Chiefs in the big game. Signature bets, single game parlays. Build your own parlays. Lots of ways to take action.
BetMGM is the king of sportsbooks. Download the app today and use code MINUTE. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to have fun and play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees, into the canyons, over the mountains, or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
What does living your best nonstop life mean to you? Cheering on your team at that big game? A music festival with friends? A family vacation? Or maybe a vacation from your family? Live your best nonstop life with low fares and nonstop flights only at Allegiant.com.
Non-stop flights from Akron, Canton to Sarasota, Bradenton. One way for as low as $79. Book your escape today to sugar white sand beaches and endless sun. Must be purchased by 2/14/2024 for travel between 2/22/2024 and 8/12/2024. Seats and dates are limited. Restrictions apply. See Allegiant.com for details.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you really want to watch those savings soar, trade in your current ride. Plus, they've got financing from 0.9%. Oh, you hear that? That's your dream car calling, Cleveland. Get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for additional
I
details.
always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking.
They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Start learning a language today at Babbel.com.
Holiday Valley's legacy is built on independence and passion for the great outdoors. When winter transforms Western New York, we're your go-to destination. Immerse yourself in an authentic ski town where the après ski scene comes alive at night and the promise of first chairlift thrills you every morning. Don't miss out this winter. Visit holidayvalley.com and plan your next getaway.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
Sign the Safe Rides Pledge and pledge to drive sober during the big game for a chance to win a $50 Harry Buffalo gift card. Big Game Sunday is a time for food, friends, and fun. Not a time to get flagged for drunk driving. If your game plan includes drinking, recruit a designated driver. For more information, like Cuyahoga County Safe Communities on Facebook.
Want to get your hands on the next big thing? At Verizon, new and existing customers can trade in their old Samsung phone, any model, in any condition, and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with Galaxy AI on us with select unlimited plans. A better plan to save is Verizon. $999.99 device payment or a full retail purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or select 5G unlimited plan required. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
Hey, it's Alan. Your time is important, no matter what your age or stage in life. Like me, you're busy. That's why you should donate your car to Cars for Kids right now. Cars for Kids offers hassle-free, quick pickup to every donor, so you save precious time, and you can fill out the online form easily at carsforkids.org. They'll send somebody over the next day to tow away that old or unusable car. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your car. Do a good thing, and you won't lose any time from your schedule doing it. Go to carsforkids.org today. And remember, that's cars with a K.
If you see me stopped in the McDonald's drive-thru, just staring at the menu with my "what should I order" face, don't interrupt. It's the most important decision I'll make all day.
There's a deal for every big thinker at McDonald's. Now order and pay in the McDonald's app and get 30% off any purchase of $5 or more. Valid once per day through 6/30/24 at participating McDonald's. Excludes taxes. Must opt into rewards.
For more information about contests on WMMS, go to WMMS.com/rules.
Traffic.
From the Elk Now Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. In Lakewood, Madison Avenue is closed between McKinley and Lauderdale due to a broken water main. In the University Circle area, Bellflower at East 114th Street, an accident involving a motorized scooter. In Newburgh Heights, a fender bender on Harvard Avenue east of the Harvard-Denison Bridge at East 26th Street. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services.
Have you ever told a friend?
Oh, I'm fine.
When you really felt?
Just so overwhelmed.
Then this is your sign to reach out to the 988 Lifeline for 24/7 free confidential support. You don't have to hide how you feel. Text, call, or chat anytime.
The NFL playoffs are here, and there's no better way to stay up to date on the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my buds, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal, for news and fresh content all playoffs long. We've been doing this together for over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. We'll preview and recap every game as we make our way through the playoffs and to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
right, I got weekend passes for you for Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival all week. General admission, weekend, stadium passes. It is 4 full days, the 16th through the 19th at historic Crew Stadium in Columbus. Disturbed, the original Misfits, Pantera, Slipknot, Limp Bizkit, Sleep Token, 311, Judas Priest, Kerry King's new solo band, Cypress Hill, Mr. Bungle, Clutch, Machine Head, Stained, Anthrax, Mudvayne, many more. Want to go? A couple of passes here for you. SonicTempleFestival.com for all the details. GA Weekend Stadium passes for you. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you here coming up about 9 minutes. Second to last chance to win today. $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Cavs are here at home tonight. 7 o'clock is a tip-off at the Romo Fijo against the Sacramento Kings. It would have been Tristan Thompson playing against his old team, but he is
old coach.
sitting out a suspension. Yeah, Ty Lue, yeah? No, not Ty Lue. Mike Brown, yeah. So Cavs...
Wait, I don't know if you ever had Mike Brown as a coach.
No, I don't think he did. He had Ty Lue here.
Yeah.
Cavs Kings 7 o'clock on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app.
Maybe the second time because we did bring Mike Brown back. Remember that one for that second stint.
And he went from the Lakers to the Kings. Yeah, didn't Mike Brown go to the Lakers first?
He went to the Lakers and then he was an assistant on the staff of the Golden State Warriors for a bunch of years.
Okay.
How long? I forgot about that.
It was a while ago.
Yeah.
He made the rounds for a minute. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I like to know where people are. Molly is in Falls Church, Virginia. Evan is one of our bureau chiefs in Minneapolis. Brennan is in Nashville. Eric listens in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Willie's in Louisville, Kentucky. Christine is in Vegas. And Dick is in Dayton.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Dick? How are you, pal?
Oh, I'm good. I was telling Poundcake, it's funny, I got a Kettering banjo I'm in. Now it's the Dulcimer Club, the String Benders, the Beaver Creek Strummers, and I found another jam at Clifton Opera House on Friday with the mandolin, and we switch over, and it's hard to figure out. I've been playing a lot of ukulele lately. The uke and the banjo uke.
Dick, how do you find all these? How do you find all these different outfits? Is it a lot of the same people playing in a lot of these different bands?
It's the same. And the banjo, as you know, everybody's gone, but we have about 10, 11 still people that went off. But now on the Dulcimers on Monday morning, it's Marcia. There's probably 15 of us around this area, and then the Beaver Creek Stummers come everywhere. If they're from Beaver Creek, Cincinnati, some come all the way up from Mansfield.
And it's not just guys; it's co-ed.
Yeah. It's and it's funny. I've met a couple girls are playing. One from Germantown, one from Cincinnati, plays the bass, the Fender bass, and that. The one I like is in. I like the String Benders because we play folk, we play rock and roll. Chris did, man. Honky Tonk Women, Margaritaville, Needles and Pin. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Good music, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
They're having a big jam session up in Salina in a couple weeks. It's a 4-day thing. It's bring your instrument. It's probably, if you stay 4 days, it's $200.
Did you watch Did you watch the Grammys last night, Dick, where they had the Bluegrass Grammy winner? You didn't watch?
No, I didn't watch that. I've been watching this one show. I got it. It's called American Nation.
Birth of a Nation.
It's called what?
American Nation. Nation. I'm sorry, Nation America.
Nation America? What is? Okay.
It's a syndicated thing like Bill O'Reilly was, and they have. He was on there one night, and oh gee, Bill O'Reilly just. Oh my gosh.
Is this a Fox News thing, or you're talking about News Nation?
I don't know what it is.
Okay.
It's Como on there, and he argued with Bill O'Reilly. He couldn't stop.
You're talking about News Nation, Dick.
Yeah, News Nation.
Right. There's a channel called News Nation, and Chris Cuomo is over there. Right. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Hey, they got a line on there, and the little boy said, "Hey, Dick, I want you to talk to." I think Chris. I don't know. I don't know if I tell him who I like, but he might not agree with me, though. He's kind of strict. But and I'm taking a class in humanities and history. I bought 4 books, political science books, and I'm getting extra credit. I've been at the library, and you have to do a lot of homework. It's like you have to do 3 assignments a week. So I'm learning. Nice.
What are you learning about?
I'm learning about like technology, the computers, and some of the terms like ideology, politics, laissez-faire.
Yeah, those aren't computer terms, Dick. Laissez-faire is not a computer.
No, these are these people he talks about all the time. Independence, consumer. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting a good knowledge. He said he wants me to help him teach next quarter. So.
The professor of the class wants you to teach?
Well, he wants me to help him to teach because he likes my ideas. He said, "You're a very upbeat person, Dick, and
that's
at your
true.
age, I mean, people."
What's one of your ideas that he likes?
The philosophy of bring back the American dream. We got to get leaders to get us out of this.
What is the American dream?
American dream, I believe, is he had 2 things. I wrote it in the paper, and I got 100 points for it. Constitution, we the people, and then the pursuit of liberty and happiness. The Declaration of Independence back to
the Declaration of Independence. Okay, so
learned all this at the library, Alan.
So you're in favor of more immigration, then?
Well,
immigrants contribute like trillions of dollars to the economy.
Yeah. Well, you know what my take is, but I'm getting good knowledge,
Yeah, no, I don't know what your take is. That's why I was curious. Are you reading Wealth of Nations, that kind of stuff?
Something, though? I think I meet more nice people, like I'm glad Mary got to play for her, but tell her hi. I want to see her again down here. But I think music, and I think they say music, and if you upbeat yourself in taking classes, knowledge never stopped for me because I've been taking that course since I was 60. I get free admission for those classes.
Right. Are you studying mercantilism, or how deep you going on this stuff?
You should get your money back.
Well, they talk about, what is it, ideology, Adam Smith, and they get into all of this stuff.
Right, yeah.
They get, like, philosophy, social study. They even get the scientific method, Charles Darwin.
So you read Wealth of Nations? You read Wealth of Nations?
No, I'm going to do that for Adam Smith did that, didn't he?
Yes. Did you read that or no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm going to get the book though, and I'm going to get. I'm trying to think who.
The Declaration of Independence, I think, is in there too, right? Okay, thank you, Dick. There's Dick, who's
trying to better himself.
God knows what. Yeah, that's right. But listen, knowledge is power.
Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
Good for him. Man. All right, well. I don't know what he's doing, but that professor wants him to help teach. Wants Dick to be a TA.
Imagine you go into a class and they go, "All right, today, here's Teacher Dick."
Here's Dick. We're going to be talking about ideology and American nation and the dream and the Adam Smith
and the Declaration
of Independence. I keep forgetting to ask him.
You'll probably have to go to the library and get some books out.
I keep forgetting to ask him if any of his bands have merch.
He's got CDs.
Huh?
He's got CDs. He's sent us CDs before.
Yeah. But, I mean, even for Dick, that was an especially off-the-rails conversation. I hesitate to even call it a conversation. It was more of a monologue on his part. But, yeah. Because, again, if I throw something at him, he'll play right past me.
Mm-hmm.
So, listen, best of luck to him. Broadening your mind in any capacity is never a bad thing. And it sounds like he's trying to, he's getting on in years, right? When you're retired, you've got to figure out how to fill those hours. You'll notice, however, not one single mention of his girlfriend. Not one.
He likes to keep it professional.
I guess so. $1,000 right here. Second to last keyword of the day for you. I hope you win. Somebody has to every single time, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Something else about the Grammys I didn't get to before the break is they put Killer Mike in handcuffs. This guy wins 3 Grammys. He put out a new album. He was on Bill Maher Friday as he was in town and then at the Grammys. And I guess he got into it's real vague, the stories on Killer Mike. But he was booked for battery, a citizen's arrest. Gotta love those. Because he got into some kind of altercation with a security guard or something like that. And I'm like, so if Chris Rock had been in a security uniform, they would have marched Will Smith out in handcuffs? Or I don't understand this. Stansbury and I were talking about the Lisa Ann thing earlier, too. If you follow Lisa Ann, she's a former porn star. I always hesitate to say former because these girls retire, and then, when the opportunities get a little thin, they get right back into it. And who could blame her? But I think she probably had a few to drink. She probably got belligerent with the security or something, because you saw the Lisa Ann clip?
Yeah.
Radio City Music Hall, she was at a Matt Rife show, and she's yelling about how they're friends. That's got to make Matt Rife feel good, right?
Well, I guess they did a radio show together, but they did it remote, so they know each other, but they've never actually met in person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. This is a dude who clearly wants girls his own age to be into him, and Lisa Ann, who's my age, is flying the flag for him.
Yeah, but she still looks great.
She looks pretty good. She's kept it tight.
I did nothing wrong. I didn't touch my phone. I wanted to see Matt Rife. He's a friend of mine. And I go to jail.
Yeah. I mean, they don't arrest you for looking at your phone in a show. So it clearly had to be a lot more than that.
If only people could use their phones, we'd know what happened.
Right.
That's the problem.
So between Killer Mike and Lisa Ann, it's been a big weekend for people getting doing some kind of perp walk.
Well, they didn't end up arresting her, from what I read. They held her for a little bit, and then they called an ambulance. The ambulance was like, "Hey, we don't." They wanted to put her on a psychiatric hold.
Yeah, 5150.
And they're like, "This is not rising to the level of psychiatric hold," and so they ended up letting her go as long as she promised not to try and go back into the show.
But it also goes to show you how quickly. Because I can't imagine if it were a drunk guy, they would jump to, we got to put this dude on a psychiatric hold.
Right.
It's going to be weird if you're a cop and you're arresting a woman that you've probably jerked off to numerous times.
First of all, you're under arrest. Second of all, big fan of your work.
That's what I'm saying. I'm used to seeing you in handcuffs. They're usually a little fuzzier than this, but somebody filmed her. That wasn't her filming herself. That was somebody filming her. I'm curious how she got that footage. Somebody filming her getting walked out of Radio City, saying that she's friends with Matt Rife. And she posted a big, long screed on her Instagram.
Love a screed.
Right? Don't pass up a good screed. Matt and I connected after he hosted the AVN Awards, and I could not attend as I was standing up my date. So Matt Rife, I guess, hosted the AVN Awards, which are like the porn Oscars.
Yeah.
NYPD said she could be processed or she could be taken to a hospital. And she says, I was just on my phone. It was a huge misunderstanding. But she sounded a little tipsy.
Mm-hmm. Which is allowed.
It is allowed, but if you're in a show, it can't
it's disruptive, it sounds
I was
like,
going to say,
but
it can't make him happy.
Right.
I'd love to know what happened inside. You think he's using yonder bags at his shows? Because otherwise,
I don't think if you're using a yonder bag, you can't even get the phone out. Like, you can't get it out of the bag. So I imagine.
Well, these people are
was just like,
outside.
hey. But they said she used the phone in the show. So if there are yonder bags, your phone's locked away. But I think it was just, don't be on your phone.
I see.
And if you are on your phone, then an usher's going to see you and go and ask you to put it away.
Well, because even at shows with yonder bags, there's always somebody who gets a phone in there.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought maybe that was a situation where. But, if this guy is supposed to be your friend and you're, like, disruptive at the show, that's going to suck, too.
Mm-hmm.
For him. But, when the retired porn star is the one that's, like, flying the flag and getting... whatever. But she's had a pretty good second act. There's a lot of girls who do porn, and they just can't kind of find their follow-up. But Lisa Ann, she really only got famous like 15 years ago, right? Because she was doing Sarah Palin. That's how she blew up.
That's what made her popular, was nailing
Right.
Palin.
And she was already like 40,
yeah.
I think, when...
she was probably in her mid-30s.
Mid-30s,
if she's around your age.
Yeah. So they took Killer Mike off in cuffs, and they took her off. She has over 5 million followers on Instagram. She still looks good.
Mm-hmm.
She was never, like, really on my radar, but she looks pretty good. But she also sounds drunk. We were talking about, might have been last week on the show. And I don't even know how it came up. Maybe somebody called or a message or somebody about the semen retention.
Mm-hmm.
About all these guys who
because
swear
of edging.
by.
We were talking about
Oh,
edging.
that's right. Gooning and edging.
Gooning and edging. Gooning.
That's right.
Gooning is the opposite of edging.
Edging. Yeah, I forgot about all that. Gooning is the opposite.
Gooning, the running around.
Yeah. Right. The gooning and the edging, and I didn't understand it. And I was like, if you pop off too fast, I can understand why you might want to try to prolong the moment of ecstasy, as Woody Allen used to say. But it's blown up, part of the Andrew Tate, Steven Crowder fake masculinity industrial complex. These guys are like, you're a pussy if you don't. And so NPR has gotten into it as well. They were talking to a doctor, and this doctor goes, it's all nonsense. There's nothing about, no FAP November or whatever that makes you any healthier. There's nothing about it. It's a lot of incels online who aren't getting girls anyway. And so it's a lot of, these no FAP message boards where it's a lot of misogyny and guys whining that they can't get a date. And so they've spun that off into, if you look at porn, you're a loser and blah, blah, and semen retention and all kinds of, because guys are stupid.
And insecure.
And it's very,
lonely.
very easy to get them to believe a variety of nonsensical, but you'll never find a doctor. You'll never find a urologist in those message boards, by the way. And when we have Dr. Ryan Berglund here, we've talked about it before. In shows past, when we do Is It Red, we've covered this topic just kind of briefly. He's like, there's nothing to support this belief that you get superpowers from it and women will look at you differently.
Right.
All this stuff that guys want to tell themselves, Anyway, and it's not brand new. It's been around for a while.
You get superpowers the other way. When you finish, it's called post-nut clarity. That's the superpower.
That's the superpower.
When you're thinking clearly.
Nah, I just go to sleep. Oh, man, I'm super sleepy.
Doesn't make me tired.
And hungry. Ooh. Like, I really want a Shamrock Shake right now.
What do you got in that fridge?
A large one.
I have seen
claims on social media saying that semen retention can boost your testosterone levels, cure erectile dysfunction, make you more manly, make you stronger, cure depression, make you more successful, clear your skin. There is no medical evidence that it does any of those things.
To be clear, nofap.com doesn't say all these things. Winter is referring to what she's noticed on various forums.
Nofap.com. Oh, I love it.
This
makes you more powerful, makes you
semen retention is just crystals for men. It's
yes,
just,
it is.
That's all it is.
Yes. It's penis astrology. Well, there's some sperm news for you. Sperm news. Snowfap.com. I'm going to break. I'll have those Train and REO Speedwagon tickets for you later on. They're coming through to play Blossom this summer, if you dig either of those bands. If you want to send a text here, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Quote, visit thehartford.com/small business. With insurance designed for your small business, the Bucks got your back.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192 want to text me. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thanks again to Mrs. Ella May Weatherwax. Did I get it right that time?
You did.
Cavaliers play tonight. They're back here at home. They'll hit the road again midweek to play the Wizards in Washington. But tonight, the Kings are in town, the Kings of Sacramento. That is what's the capital city of California, Poundcake?
Sacramento.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, because my friends used to live there. My friends used to live there.
Ah. Would they refer to it as a capital city? I mean, there ain't much going on in Sacktown other than it being the capital.
They liked it. It's a very small town feel in California, and it's landlocked. So, I mean, it's just sunny. But
God, I was checking in with my best friends lives in L.A. I was like, Jesus, are you guys washed away? And this footage from L.A., they're getting like a year's worth of rain in 24 hours, what they call an atmospheric river. It just comes out of the sky and starts washing stuff away. And he's like, well, my in-laws are flying in from Chicago, and then he and his wife are supposed to fly to France on Thursday, this trip they've been planning. And so they're hoping it doesn't jam anything up. There's about 1 million people without power in California. If you've seen any of the footage, it's bonkers. They had 60-mile-an-hour winds in San Francisco, knocking down electrical lines and stuff, and it was just going down the coast. You know, remember a couple of years ago where they were like, oh, part of PCH just washed away.
Just casual.
Right, like, yeah, like a major artery. They're like, yeah, you got to take really long detours because part of the highway washed away.
And everyone's taking the same detours because that road is so important. They have one highway that goes to the entire state.
Well, they've had mudslides in the Hollywood Hills. I mean, imagine when Leonardo DiCaprio's house washes away. The latest storm is called a Pineapple Express, and not for anything good. So it dumps a bunch of snow in the mountains, and a bunch of rain just starts washing things away in the city and the surrounding areas. L.A. County. So, yeah, Hollywood Hill, you know, there's a lot of mudslides.
I don't think I would like living in California, even if I had the money.
I liked it.
It's a different. It's a culture shock. They talk different. They look different.
Talk different? What do you mean?
I mean, it's just the West Coast vibe. Like, everything is just kind of...
Makes you feel any better. They're going to think we talk different.
Apparently, I guess I am sold on the fact that Ohio has an accent. I didn't think they had an accent. We had an accent before, but...
People keep saying that, but I don't know what it is.
Well, I had to think about it, and then they say Ohioans, we're the only people that don't pronounce their T's when it's a name like Minner. Like, instead, people say mentor, and we say Minner. I was like, oh, I guess we do that. We just know that it's Minner. I don't, and everyone else might say, I'm going to mentor, which sounds
well, that's
really
one
weird.
word, and it's a proper name.
But other names with T's in them, like, I forget which other ones, but Minner was just like an example.
I mean, Strongsville, that T is pronounced.
No, everybody calls it Strongsville.
We live out in Strongsville.
We're in Strongsville.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that to me doesn't rise to the level. That's not an accent, though. That's like dropping a...
Yeah, that's a pronunciation. That's
all kinds of people do that kind of... You know, when I came here, I asked
Louisville.
people...
Well, in New Orleans, they say... I was talking with Sean Patton about it, and he says, don't say Nolans. Nobody says that.
Right. It's like calling San
It's-
Francisco
yeah.
Frisco when you
Right.
go out there. Then nobody calls it that.
They say New Orleans. That's how they say it. Or something like that.
It's like, from out of towners, they'll come in and they'll call it Clevelande. And I'm like, no one's stop doing that.
No, we
I know
call
you're
it
trying
Clevelande.
I know you're trying to sound cool, but nobody here calls it that.
Clevelande.
Clevelande. I'm like, I've been living here long enough now where I know nobody calls it that.
Is it Manaway or Manawa?
What?
Manaway.
Manaway.
Okay, well,
Nate,
it
our
looks
old intern, is from there. He called it Manaway.
It looks like
Ex-wife's from
Manawa.
there, yeah.
Mantua.
Right. No, listen, proper names of cities and towns, all bets are off.
Or like Tuscarawas.
Tuscarawas. It's not that hard to say.
Tuscarawas.
Not hard to say. Tuscarawas.
I just say Tusk Valley or Tusk County.
Just remember Tusk and Walrus. They go together.
Tuscarawas.
Tuscarawas County.
Tuscarawas.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Tuscarawas.
Right.
Canton. Canton.
Yeah, but
you
that's
still
just
got a
that's
T.
just lazy language too. That's if somebody said Canton, Ohio, you'd know what they were talking about.
Well, this is just as of recent. This dude that I was talking to swore up and down that I had an accent. And I was like, no. He's like, you do. And I'm like, no, I don't. He's like, you speak like someone from the South. I was like, I barely speak proper English at all. So if you're talking about people from the South, then that's what it is. But I don't think I have an accent. And then he showed me some evidence. I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's a Northeast Ohio thing. I have no idea.
I don't know either. I mean, a lot of other places I've lived, there are regional sounds and things. And
Orville.
What? I'm sorry?
Orville.
Orville?
Orville.
Well, that's 2 R's. That's not a Orville?
Orville.
Alan, semen retention and testosterone levels have no relation, but not climaxing helps retain protein for muscle growth and recovery. I don't know if I take the word of a nerd over a bodybuilder. Yeah, that's been completely debunked.
Sorry, I want to finish, y'all. I'm not one of these new school cats where they're like, being horny turns me on. I'm like, just being horny turns you on?
Because when you don't release, your body just absorbs it, and guys think that means that they're
going to be able to turn into
completely debunked.
But that's not how your body builds muscle. It's not once it's reabsorbed, it doesn't you have to
doesn't stack up in your
body.
body.
It doesn't stack up. Like the body the protein that your body turns into muscle is protein that you eat. So if you want to retain your semen that way, have at it, bud.
Yeah, right.
God, just stop cutting corners. Just do regular protein.
Right.
Like stop trying to do extra stuff.
And just because guys are big doesn't mean that they know there's all kinds of bodybuilders who believe all kinds of voodoo.
Mm-hmm. And then what they're really doing is
steroids. Yeah, right. Human growth hormone, whatever it is. Yeah, this is all natural. They look like Zac Efron looks like he's ready to explode.
Who was it that just had to come clean? The guy from Reacher. That dude
Alan Richson.
Yeah.
He's like, by the way, I did do. Well, of course you did.
Yes.
Look at him, and
you
I know
gained 40 pounds of muscle. You can't do that without HGH or something like that.
He looks like AI, and I love that show, but he looks like AI created him, right? I mean, I know it was 10, 15 years ago, but when he was younger, he was in The Hunger Games. And then he was in a movie a couple of years ago, and he was in pretty good shape, but they told him when he auditioned for Reacher, you're not big enough. And he was a big guy. So he looks different just between season 1 and season 2 of this show. He's coming up in that new Guy Ritchie movie.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, the League of Gentlemanly Warfare or something.
Yeah.
It looks good. But yeah, he's like, what'd he say though? Because he kind of minced words. He's like, it's natural, but I did do testosterone therapy or something.
Yeah, TRT, I think he said. He's like, I did do TRT, but
under the guidance of a professional. It's like, well, that's good, but you did it. Semen retention makes you angry, not stronger. Yeah. Why stress yourself? No wonder these guys are all pissed off. Just finish. Yes.
Feels good.
Come on.
Just have, control. You don't have to do it 4 times a day.
Yes, you do.
Listen to him.
Yes,
he knows.
You do.
4 times a day. Jesus.
Wow. That's the only thing you have left that American society hasn't taken from you. You can finish anytime you want to. It's free. Do it. Do it as often as you can before they start taxing it.
Speaking of free, How's your job hunt going?
It's on the hunt.
What do you mean, speaking of free?
Well, I mean, he needs things to be free because needs more money.
Oh, I
Well,
see.
yes, I absolutely need more money, and I'm still looking. Like I've put in several applications. It's just a matter of
Where?
Well, all over. It's
Well,
no places in particular.
Give us an idea. No places in particular? Would you throw resumes off a rooftop?
No, because there's some that I'm skilled in like customer service and like recruitment, and I've done some of those.
So like similar companies to what you were doing before.
Sure, like staffing. Yeah. So I've applied to some of those, but I understand that it's going to be hard to find that to work with my schedule being part-time.
Well,
so
a lot of companies, my question was a lot of companies, they will bring people back into the fold. There was no other thing you could do for the company you were working for?
I mean, I didn't really get the option. When they say you're laid off, you're laid off. Like
I know, but
I didn't negotiate. Like they said,
no.
turn in your laptop. I said, turn in my laptop.
No. What I'm saying is a lot of companies, they'll swing the axe and then go, oh, we cut too much, right? Like a lot of companies overhired, especially these tech companies. Everybody's freaking out because these tech companies are slashing people. It's because during the pandemic, they overhired all these people working remotely. So now they're kind of getting it back to where they were before. And they're not alone in that. There's some companies that go, oh, we just got rid of too many people to get them off the books. And some companies end up hiring some people back. I wondered if that was an option at that company you were working for.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, they have all my information. So, no. I mean, again, I don't have any ill will towards them. It's been 6 years. I have really good longevity. I like to stay at positions that I get because good jobs are hard to come by, especially for me. So, yeah, I just, my main thing is something close to home and something to work with my schedule, and worst case scenario, I mean, I talk so much crap about Uber Eats, it might be my turn to do it. I don't know, but good thing I worked as hard as I did last year because I would not be able to live right now. I'm living off of like my savings and then the pennies I get from this show. So on top of that, I just need something to supplement my income.
Are you open to something different than what you've done, like maybe service industry or something like that?
I mean, I have done service industry, and yes,
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, I did it for a year.
Yeah, you go back to bartending, maybe.
Bartending, bar backing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not skilled as a bartender, but I'm more than willing to learn. And beggars can't be choosers. So just depending on if they're willing to work with me, hell yeah. I mean, I need money. It's hard out here for a pimp.
You've thought about pimping?
I was going to say, is he the pimp in this scenario?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
I can't pimp as much as I would like to because it's hard out here. That's why.
I can't pimp as much as I would like. I'd really like to pimp.
Like, I can't even, like, I've been telling dudes be like, oh, we should go out. I'm like, not until I get my whole job situation. Like, that's how frugal I am. I'm like, I'm turning, like, we can bang, but we can't date because I don't have any money to take you on a date, and I refuse to be that bum dude. So
they're like, oh, darn, we can only have sex. We can't date. Darn.
Well, it's just my principles. Because I was like, this year, I'm not going to jump into no, I don't want to just have sex. I want to, create a bond.
Make love.
I said I want to have a partner. And I'm like, well, I can't do that right now. I ain't got no money. So it won't be 50-50. So I'll just give you my good, 35 until I can give you the rest when I get a job.
All right, well, that's one way to go about it. You're trying to hold up your end of the bargain if you're in a dating situation.
I fully believe that. I don't want to be the person like, oh, well, I'm really I'm short this month. Like, I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't tolerate that from a dude. I'm like, well, you're not ready to be in a relationship yet. So ain't no Valentine's Day, no vacations, no little booed up courtside with a drink in your hand until you get a job. That's just how I feel. That's just me. So
somebody left me a message on the app about Poundcake in prison from last week.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the podcast from Friday, and you guys are discussing Poundcake going to jail. And he wouldn't be able to do it because he doesn't like reading. But then he changed his mind. He might just end up being the bitch for the alpha jail prisoner. What if the alpha jail prisoner already has a bitch? Is Poundcake willing to fight to become bottom bitch? It's going to be a war of bitches. Hit the show. Bye.
And those two are not mutually exclusive. You can.
Well, that was my thought.
You can be able to read and also be someone's bitch. I could teach the dude how to read. That's what's going to set me apart from the other bottom bitch, because they're going to be doing
Imagine
everything.
Poundcake is the one who teaches you to read.
They don't know me.
I
on
mean,
the
if you're
outside.
illiterate, the only way to go is up.
Yeah.
You don't know me on the outside.
They want to know you on the inside.
No, they want me to store stuff on the inside. They're like, all right, mole.
Hey, put this phone in there.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, man, this is used for love, not for,
Used for love, not for cargo.
I'm not a carrier pigeon.
Man, a little cargo plane there on the inside. Well, love's in the air, right? You see, Bob Saget's widow is dating Breckin Meyer. Remember Breckin Meyer?
That's a weird one.
He's going out with Kelly Rizzo. Well, it's more age appropriate, I guess. Saget was like 19 years older than her, I think. She's going out with Breckin Meyer. He was the dude with the long hair and Clueless, and he was one half of Franklin and Bash. Remember Franklin and Bash?
Oh, yeah, that was
him and Mark Paul Gosselaar. Bob Saget's been dead for a couple years ago.
He was in a few things.
Wasn't
that
he?
was Ethan Embry. I was thinking of.
Wasn't Breckin Meyer in like Road Trip or Sex Trip or Canoe
I think
Trip?
it was
one of
Road
those?
Trip. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Road Trip.
So, yeah. Saget's adult children gave the new relationship their blessing. So the two of them are
That's
together.
nice.
There you go.
Everybody deserves love.
Indeed. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Alan.
How are you?
Good. Doing great. Hey, you were talking about Ohio accents, Cleveland accent specifically.
Poundcake was,
I'm in Penn. Yeah. I grew up in the area, but I live in Pittsburgh now. I'm your Penn Hills bureau chief.
Yeah.
And I know you've done a lot of Yinzer Allen over the years, but when I'm back home here, I definitely pick up on like the Cleveland voice. It just sounds different. Like, not to name drop them, but like when the chick that does the Ganley Auto, come on down to Ganley Auto. It's very different. There's just some certain letters, vowels, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, but she's in Indianapolis, Eric.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of it's a Midwestern thing, and maybe that's why you don't pick up on it because
it might be. Yeah.
Chicago, like Northeast Ohio, like Fort Wayne, where that nature reserve is. We all kind of sound the same.
I mean, when I first moved to Pittsburgh, they told me that I had a weird accent, and I was like, I have a weird accent?
Yeah, right. I felt it when I moved there. I just kind of was like, felt like I had to try to fit in. But Mike Polk did a good report on it over there at Channel 3. Look it up. He just kind of covered the whole thing, talked with some experts. I'm no expert on it, but I definitely pick up on it.
You ever get over, Eric, you ever get over to the Monroeville Mall anymore?
Oh, yeah, I live over there. Yeah, everyone says there used to be a good ice skating rink there. But
there used to be. They turned it into a Chick-fil-A, I think.
Yeah, but you have to turn left where the ice skating rink used to be, and then you go over where the Dillards used to be, and then over there, I mean...
That's right.
The whole mall's gone down. Though.
You're over there by you're not too far from the zoo, but aren't you over? You're right by Pasqualino's. They got the best rotini over at Pasqualino's.
I'd rather listen to another
there's
call
about
from
like
Dick.
20 pizza places there.
It's right across the river from Blawnox, I think. You get over to Blawnox, you go right up to Pasqualino's.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Oh, yeah, I got some friends over there. Yeah, have a good one.
All right, there you go. There's Eric. He's in Penn Hills. Right outside downtown Pittsburgh. You get over on the east side. Not that far from the Frick Museum either. The whole Frick family, they got a museum named after him. Could you imagine, Bill? Imagine. You're named Frick, and you got a museum.
That'd be crazy.
I don't even know if it's shortened from Frickerstein or what it is, but come on now. All right, I got a break. I'll have those Train and Oreo Speedwagon tickets. They're on a co-headlining run. I think they're co-headlining. Train's getting top billing, but I think it's co-headlining. They'll be at Blossom this summer. So if that's your vibe, I'll have a couple of tickets for you after the break, and then 5:30 is going to be the very last chance today for for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
Get ready for iHeartRadio Live with the Black Crows. An exclusive interview and live performance.
fresh content all playoffs long. We've been doing this together for over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. We'll preview and recap every game as we make our way through the playoffs and to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
All right, you want to go see Train and REO Speedwagon. They have set a co-headlining run this summer that will bring them through Cleveland, and that's where you come in. REO Speedwagon Train with special guest Yacht Rock Review. It's going to happen Monday, July 15th out at Blossom. You can go to livenation.com to get all the specific details. You'll get my first pair this week, okay? Train REO Yacht Rock Review. Good luck. Call 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
As soon as you are able, woman, I am willing to make the break that we are on the brink of. My cup is on the table.
Oh, boy. Another Illinois band. REO Speedwagon, baby, from Champaign, Illinois. Down by the University of Illinois. So anyway, those guys have stayed in pretty good shape, too. REO Speedwagon, I mean, they've probably had a little bit of work done, but they still look pretty good. Kevin Cronin looks better now than he did in the 70s.
Oh, that's good.
He's got some bleach blonde hair, and he's got glasses, and, you know, those guys stayed skinny. That's kind of your number one rule, you know? I mean, you get to a certain point, you got to stay skinny. And I think that they've done it. There's been some lineup changes in that band, but I always kind of dug REO Speedwagon. Why not? They can be litigious. There was a band called REO Speed Dealer, and they sued them. That band is now, if they're still together, they just took off the REO. So Speed Dealer, but I always thought that was funny.
Poundcake, who was the band that we were talking about in the break room today?
I think he's getting a win.
REO Speedwagon.
Yes, REO Speedwagon.
Is that who he was talking about today?
Well, because we had played the song last week, and he tried to get him to guess it, and it was on in the break room. So I was like,
"Oh, the Lake was playing some
yeah.
REO Speedwagon."
Yeah, some REO Speedwagon.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Trying
you
to
can
help
do
him
worse
lock
than
in a few
that.
more bands.
Yeah. I'll have the last chance today for you to win $1,000. 5:30. That's about 7 minutes from now. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie, and then it starts tomorrow morning with RMG. I'm not sure. I think they start that in the 9 o'clock hour, and then all day long. But still a couple of weeks left, so plenty of these keywords if you've struck out thus far. You know, we hear pretty regularly from Gene in Parma. You know, he'll leave messages for us, sometimes with a dad joke in there, sometimes cracking himself up. But he was actually kind enough to point me in the direction of something interesting this week. He emailed me with a link. You know, about a year ago, I ran into a problem with the place that I sent my comic books to get graded. This company called CGC. They're pretty much the only game in town when it comes to grading comic books, determining how much a comic book is worth based on its condition. They're down in Tampa. And about a year ago, when I was unloading my comic book collection, I had sold the bulk of it to one person. Gave me $1,000 for it. But I left out all of what I consider to be the high-value targets in my comic book collection. So I pulled out about 100 comic books from that, and I took about a baker's dozen. I took 13 of them about a year ago, and I shipped them off to this CGC company. And I heard nothing from them. And so I was going back and forth, and I had heard, you know, I I'd gotten an email from them initially confirming the receipt of my shipment. And then I was going back and forth, and I had gotten a response from somebody who said, "You're going to have to give us some time." There was when a hurricane was going through Tampa at that time. Not unusual. That's fine. Under the perfect circumstances, they tell you it might be 6-7 months before you get this shipment back graded and blah, blah, blah. And in the process of me dealing with this company, there was a lot of back and forth, and essentially culminated in them telling me, "Hey, we lost it. Sorry, nothing we can do." And I'm like, well, that can't be it. They go, "Well, what do you think they're worth?" "I don't know. That's why I sent them to you." Anyway, this company apparently has been having no small amount of problems that's leading some people. And like I said, they're kind of the only game in town. If you're in the comic book community and you go on eBay or you go on any kind of comic resale site, go to a comic book shop, you'll see the CGC. And it will have its grade, if it's like a 9.5, 8 point, whatever it is, right? It'll be in that hard plastic. And it'll have the CGC seal of approval. People have paid to have these graded, and that's what I was doing. And Gene from Parma sent me the link to a guy on Facebook who was talking about the problems that this company has had. And it really feels like they're in the territory that a lot of listeners were theorizing. Well, maybe they just took them and sold them. And I thought, well, if this is your business, why are you going to do that? That's going to torpedo your credibility. But it sounds like some people are suing them over that.
Now they are suing some former employees who they say took advantage of their role with the company. They allegedly stole material from customers, graded it at a higher scale than it really was in order to sell it on other markets. It is alleged that they had a pretty elaborate setup to the point where they were able to make nearly $27,000 from selling these books on eBay and at trade shows.
So that's just a little clip. That sounds like the company caught some employees doing that and is suing those employees. But other people had complaints similar to mine. So now I'm like, well, I really need you guys. See, I'm sicking my wife on them. Gwen goes, "Let me take this over." I said, "Fine, take it over." Because I have gotten nowhere with these people. And I can't just go, well, oh well.
Mm-hmm.
13 very old, very good condition
You
comics.
could just say, "Oh, well." You're not going to do that, but you could.
I could do that, but why? Why would I do that?
Because they told you they
This
couldn't find
company's
them.
reputation and credibility is based on doing this, not on losing people's shipments. Their initial brush off to me was, well, our warehouse is in disarray because of the hurricane. I go, okay, fine. Gave them a couple of months. Well, hurricane or no, your company is still conducting business. And so, but for them to just go back and forth with me with a couple dozen emails that culminate in, well, sorry, can't do anything more for you, I don't accept that. And, in the brief period of time where I considered getting litigious, I guess nobody wanted to talk to me about that either from the legal community. I guess that didn't rise to the level of something that interested them.
Because they don't know how much money is in it for them, probably.
Well, but the point is, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But it seems to me lawyers are taking goofy cases all the time.
Would you let Poundcake represent you?
He just said, "Why don't you give up?"
No, I said you could give up.
Right, because that.
See, he pays
you could
attention.
Right, you could give up.
You could give up, or you could hire Poundcake and have him represent you.
When you said, well, you could give up, that implies that would be your recourse. That would be your course of action to give up.
No,
I'm aware I can give up. I've made it clear I'm not going to.
Well, you said
you wanted to reinforce upon me. Well, you could just give up.
No, this is a new revelation of you, because before you were going to let it go. They said they couldn't do anything else, and you said you weren't going to sick your wife on them. Now, all of a sudden, you're sicking your wife on them.
Well, because she asked me to.
Okay.
And I said, all right, go nuts.
This is a new revelation. because you really didn't care that much until.
No, I did care, but but my point was, what am I going to do from here, right? I shot emails to a couple. I was told by a couple of listeners at the time, a year ago, a couple of our listeners go, hey, I work for a law firm that might be interested in something like this. Great. A couple of different people gave me that information. I emailed the people that gave me nothing from those people.
Let me yell at
because it would be like a small claims situation, I assume. So, yeah, you're not going to get rich off a case like this, but there has to be some recourse. There has to be something. And if there isn't, I at least want to know that I chased down every possible avenue there was. Because my comics are sitting somewhere in their warehouse because I got confirmation they received them. Or
they found them and didn't.
They've been subject to what this guy is talking about, where they got scooped up by some employees, and because Gwen was like, "Well, you should check eBay and things like." I go, I have there'd be no way for me to prove they were mine. I don't have the only copy in existence of these titles. They're just old. They're first issues, and I already know that they're in mint condition. I sent them off to get graded so I could get the official situation. And you pay them a premium per issue to perform that service. So, listen, I understand they want to brush me off, but I'm not happy with that. So anyway, short story long, Gene from Parma sent me that clip. I'm not on Facebook that much. Okay. I wouldn't have seen it. What are you all exasperated for?
Well, I'm just saying.
You just lost a client.
No. I just need time. I just need the
what are you going to do? You tell me what
I need the name of the business and the person who owns it. I'm going to get some blackmail on him. I'm going to see if he has a Grindr profile. I'm going to see, I'm going to.
He's got one thing.
Yeah.
I just got to get blackmail. I got to get opposition.
Terry Mason over here.
What if he's got a Grindr profile, but it's because he's an out gay man?
Then I'll lure him. I'll do something.
In Tampa.
Yes. They hate gays in Tampa.
They hate gays in Tampa.
In Florida, period.
They don't hate gays. They have a governor who's trying to make life difficult for them. Plenty of gay people aren't leaving Florida. That's how much they love Florida.
I'm not going to reveal on air all of my,
tactics.
All my ways of doing things. But just know that it'll be taken care of. I just need the name of the owner, the location of the business, and we're going to do a good old-fashioned stakeout.
What's the name of the business?
You talking to me or Alan?
Yeah, you.
No, I don't know.
He's not going to know where to start.
My advice is don't hire Poundcake.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to take you up on that, and I'm going to instead give away $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. It's your last keyword for today before they start up again tomorrow. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Of course, I do appreciate your offer, Poundcake. I don't want to dismiss it out of hand, but that's precisely what I'm going to do.
I just got to get some compromising photos of him. It'll be fine. You'll get your magazines back in no time.
And then what? Magazines. Get my magazines back.
Get your GQ, your Cosmopolitan. They'll all be back in mint condition.
Yeah.
You don't you worry. He's got to.
Have you filed a complaint with a Better Business? Yes, I've done that. What's Alan's wife going to do? My wife was a producer for Jerry Springer. I know exactly what she's going to do.
Compromising photos and
she'll go balls to the wall on these people. I just don't have the time to do it. I'm here all day long. I have time to chase these people down. There's no money in property damage claims since there's no pain and suffering for a lawyer to pad their settlement. I fully understand that. I'm sure that's why I didn't hear back from those people. But there are people that handle small claims, specifically. Get yourself a value range for your comics. That may entice some lures. Again, the emails back and forth with this company, they go, well, if you could give us an estimate. I go, I don't know. I sent it to you. There is no estimate. Things are worth what somebody's willing to pay for them. I can tell you they're each worth $50,000. But A, that's not true. B, You want me to make you up a number? So they were giving me the runaround. It was circular logic. Well, how much do you think they are? I don't know. I sent them for you guys to claim them or to grade them. Well, we can't grade them unless we know. You can't find them. This is an irrelevant line of questioning. You can't find them. Well, we could put in a claim. Fine. They're each worth $10,000. How you like that? $130,000 is what I want from you guys. So, yes, I have a ballpark figure of what I think they're worth.
And what's that?
Probably about $15,000, $16,000.
Tell them that.
I did.
Okay.
Well, we need to know. We need to. I go, guys.
That's the whole point.
The point is to get me to.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't let go of that bone, which is why they finally came around and said, well, there's nothing we can do. We can't go past this point.
Yeah.
Nothing we can do for you. Okay. Alan Poundcake's not going to lure anybody with his ugly ass. Well, that's rude. That's offsides. I assume that he has all kinds of. ways to know.
Maybe this is what you can do as your other job, Poundcake. Not just for Alan, but for other people. You can dig up dirt and blackmail and do all this stuff. Because I feel like that is the true you. That's like what you want to do more than anything. Is he on the phone?
I don't know.
I can't see him today.
How come?
Because I don't have the screen.
Oh. You can't. I saw him before. We were playing.
No, you can see him.
Oh, you can't see that?
I can see it when you don't have the screener thing covering it.
Oh, you don't have a thing
I don't have a screen today.
Oh, well, you should have told me. I would have left this up.
That's what I was complaining about at the beginning of the show.
I didn't realize that's what you meant. You have to look on mine.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just look, like I know what camera you guys are on. I just can't see what he's doing.
Yeah.
What's going on? What did I miss?
Nothing.
Do you want to become a full-time dirt digger?
Dig up dirt on people or digging dirt in trenches?
No, dirt on people.
Oh,
maybe
absolutely.
Maybe that's the agency you should start. Maybe that's the real thing you should do.
Oh, my God, that'd be so much fun.
I know. That's what I feel like that's what your whole life is led up to.
PC, dirt digger.
Oh, boy. You've heard of Dirk Diggler? He's Dirt Digger.
He's Dirt Digger.
I'm going to be a star. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us voicemails there.
Cause business digger, please.
BillSquire.com for upcoming dates.
Willoughby! Lorraine!
Hey!
BillSquire.com. Buy tickets.
There you go. Back in Gazebo City. Yeah. Poundcake PI. No, all the advice people, like, I know how this works. You go online, you see what other people are selling it for, right? But it's, you can type all the nasty reviews you want about a company, but these guys are the only company that do this, really. They might not be the only one, but they are the one that most people look to. They're the ones that they look to, yeah.
They're the standard.
The standard. There you go. So, yeah, they know what I sent them. Because I initially got an email that the receipt was confirmed. So they had to try really hard to answer on that. Because I was like, nope, you have them. Here's the email. Oh, well, can you give us a couple of months? We had a hurricane. Sure.
Couple of months.
Figuring I wouldn't come back around. Poundcake will start the company Spillin' Tea LLC. That's something. Something to consider.
I'm not mad at that.
Mm-hmm. All right. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, thank you, Gene and Parma, by the way. Send me a text, 35192. You can watch live, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Personally, I don't take care of business in the shower.
Don't you just sit on the toilet, turn on the shower so the sound's going? You could get your job done, then hop in and clean off.
That's smart.
Why sit on the toilet?
I guess I have to sit more. I can't stand and do that.
Oh,
So
I
for
have no
me, I'd have
problem.
to at least squat down somewhere.
You see Jeffrey when Crystal was talking about that?
Eyes were closed the whole time when Crystal was talking, like he was fantasizing her touching herself.
Sitting on the toilet.
Yeah.
It's like
his two favorite things. Toilet and Crystal touching herself.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Corey Roddick. ESPN Bet is now live in Ohio. As the official sports book of ESPN, it's the only place to find daily exclusives and offers
7 or 1-800-348-1007.
Did I mention I went to go see that Pet Shop Boys concert film over the weekend?
Yeah, you did say that. How was it?
People were sending me video of Living Color because I skipped Living Color. They were doing MGM Northfield Park. Mike and Parma went, and my buddy Pat Butler, one of my 2 Hours to Midnight co-hosts, went. And I stand by my decision. Well, kind of. I love Living Color. But, you know, those guys are long in the tooth, so they're not a lot of running around. I mean, Corey Glover's wearing like a three-piece suit while he's singing and that whole thing. But here's what I don't understand is if you're going to show a concert film in the movie theater, why wouldn't you have it on all the speakers? You know, if it were Tom Cruise jumping off a cliff on a motorcycle, your teeth would be rattling. But the concert film, they just have the sound coming out of the speakers by the screen.
That's interesting.
I didn't understand that
Where was
at
it
all at Crocker Park.
Maybe it's just the mix. Do they have like a mono mix on it or something?
I didn't
weird.
sound. I have no idea.
That's real strange.
You know, these movie theaters, the walls are covered in speakers. I'm like, all right, this will be good. It was literally there were 8 of us in this movie theater yesterday afternoon, and I was easily the youngest person in there. There were a couple of moms or grandmas or something sitting in the same row as me, and then there were like 2 other couples, husbands and wives or something.
How long was it?
2 hours. It was great. Love the Pet Shop Boys. It was a show that they did in Copenhagen that they shot for a film, and then they aired it. They did one showing at Crocker Park. And again, you have to like the Pet Shop Boys. These guys are the Penn and Teller of synth pop, right? Neil Tennant is the guy everybody knows because he's the guy who sings. And Chris Lowe is the guy behind the keyboards who's wearing, like, sunglasses and never talks. And some people don't like Neil Tennant's voice. He has a very nasal, high register. But the movie itself, I was like, I thought this thing would be booming out of the walls. But not the case.
Last movie I saw at Crocker Park was American Fiction, and I don't know what movie was playing in the other theater, but it was so loud, it was like shaking, and like you could hear whatever, like explosions or thunder or whatever it was.
That's what I'm saying. You could hear the hum through the wall.
Yeah. So,
but at the very least, if you're going to do a concert film in the movie theater, put it on all the speakers. I mean, they have surround capability.
But
even if it wasn't,
if the print or whatever version, I imagine whatever, if they have the like a file or something like that, however they play things now, my guess is the sound mix just didn't have that capability.
I guess I thought about it. It's not like they shot the thing in IMAX. I mean, I just thought it was very strange because, you know, Pet Shop Boys, it's not a dynamic show. He's not running around. These guys are in their 60s now.
Yeah, you're there to hear it.
You're there to hear it. It's more art installation than concert, right? They were always kind of an antiseptic band in their presentation, but they're good. But it's just the 2 of them, and then there's a band behind the video screen just playing keys and electronic drums. So there's not much to it. But, you know, and it's 2 hours of hits. That's what the tour is. So they can do 120 minutes of massive singles. But I was just really surprised at how thin the sound was in the movie theater. Jake, hello.
Hey, good evening. Hey, before I get into my take, I'm on my way to the Cavs game, and, you know, you call the Cavs the Cavaliers sometimes.
Yeah.
And, you know, my dad passed away from COVID right around the same time as Mary's dad, and I told my dad about that, and he got the biggest kick out of it. He cracked up and guffawed mightily when I told him about you calling the Cavs the Cavaliers.
Cavaliers. Well, I'm glad it elicited a guffaw. Finally, somebody. They had to be on their deathbed to find that funny, Bill, but it happened.
I tried to get my dad to listen to your show because I think your senses of humor would mesh. But in any event, I'm calling because you're talking about concert films. I think about 3.5, 4 years ago, you know, they have these concert films like one night only, and they release them in the theaters. And my current girlfriend, when she was a youngster, like in her late teens, she was a huge NXS fan, and they released a concert film on the heels of, it was a precursor to a documentary they're going to put out about Michael Hutchins, but it was a 2-hour concert film of NXS at their peak playing Wembley, and never a big NXS guy, but boy, that was really something special. It was electric, and they had no opening act. They played 2 hours straight, really tight, and the crowd was the Wembley crowd was really into them, and it's like one of those experiences where even though it's like maybe you're not the audience for it, you almost envy the people who are into it because it really was special and electric. And number one, I'm curious is if you're aware of that particular event and if you have any thoughts about it.
Yeah,
Cheers.
no, I thanks, man. I think that if you're going to do a Wembley Stadium film, I mean, absolutely, you better have some amazing sound on it. And that's why I went to this. I mean, I didn't quite know what to expect, but I certainly expected the sound to be
better.
Yeah, I expected it to kind of fill the room. It was kind of like I was watching it at home. It would have sounded better had I watched it at home.
That's disappointing.
So it was kind of like, okay, it was one showing yesterday. They're going to do another one Wednesday, I think. When they do these kinds of things, they usually screen them once on Sunday, once on Wednesday. Obviously, I'm not going to go on a Wednesday.
Because it's hump day.
That's right. You can't dig on no Pet Shop Boys on a hump day.
No, you got to be humping.
So everybody's humping around on a hump day. So anyway.
You know, Alan, you mentioned that the All-Star Game is the most interesting thing that's ever going to happen in Indianapolis. But clearly you have not heard about Old Ben, the world's largest preserved steer, weighing in at 2.5 tons, measuring 16 feet long, and died in 1910. They have a fiberglass reconstruction of him out in Pendleton Pike in Lawrence, just a little bit east of Indianapolis. So, yeah, there's some neat cows out in Indianapolis, too.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I said that the NBA All-Star Game is going to be the most exciting thing to ever happen in Indianapolis. All the NASCAR fans blew me up. I'm like, oh, the big driving left. No, I get that, but yeah, I've seen Old Ben. It's not in Lawrence. It's in Kokomo, by the way.
Like the song.
Like the song. It's about an hour north of Indianapolis. Old Ben is this steer. It's a massive, the world's largest steer. He was born in 1902. And he was the largest calf in the world. And it was a big, big deal. So it's like the town of Kokomo, Indiana. That's one of their claims to fame. By the time he was in kindergarten, did they have cow kindergarten?
Cowdergarten.
Cowdergarten. By the time
Aftergarden.
he was 4 years old, he weighed 2 tons. So yeah, they have him stuffed and set up there, but I don't think that's in Lawrence. That's unless they move it around. It's in Kokomo, Indiana.
Well, here's what I'm going to say. I personally find both the Indy 500 and the NBA All-Star Game to be far more interesting than the big cow.
Well, again, it's dealer's choice, right? I mean, different strokes for different folks. I'm an F1 guy, so I couldn't give a fat frog's ass about NASCAR. But if you've never seen...
the Indy 500 is that NASCAR?
What's the Indy 500?
I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think it's NASCAR.
I thought it was. The Indianapolis 500?
Is it? I don't know.
The Indy 500 is... Indianapolis 500, May 26th.
Okay, maybe it is NASCAR. I thought they had another one right there. No, Indianapolis 500. That's not NASCAR.
The Indy 500. Well, what is it then? IndyCar Series.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay. Well, it's all the same to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's, anywho. So, yeah, okay, I take your point. Indy 500, obviously, that's a big, big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But I would just like to point out, and if you'll pardon the pun, great idea to steer me back to Old Ben because, Indiana is so well known
Don't you do
for
it?
its bovine celebrities.
Oh.
So, you've got old Ben there in Kokomo.
And that's all there is.
I don't know if I've ever mentioned it. There's a town in Indiana called Wakarusa, and there was a cow there by the name of Contented Linda Grace.
Start dropping F-bombs, so we have to...
I don't think I've ever mentioned it before, but...
yeah!
Wakarusa, Indiana, from Kokomo. It's probably an hour away. It's between... you'd have to go pretty much past Fort Wayne to get up to Wakarusa. It's right off the turnpike there. And so, Indiana has no shortage of bovine celebrities. They didn't stuff Contented Linda Grace, though. But she was, at one point, you might recall, the greatest dairy heifer in the world by the editors of some magazine there. When I was a kid. It was a big, big story. And then, of course, the day after she was named to that calendar, she died. In the barn at the farm of Mr. and Mrs. Lowell Engelmeyer, as the newspaper article said. So, listen. Sure, we're a bunch of city slickers around here, but, if you're partial...
City slicker.
If you're partial... to the bovine celebrities, you can't do better than the state of Indiana.
What's up, City Slicker?
I won't go into great detail on Contented Linda Grace. I'm sure much to the chagrin of the audience. But I don't know. See, everybody's texting me. What about Contented Linda Grace? Before I even got to her. Alan, isn't there another cow in Wakarusa?
I don't like any of you guys.
See? They feel me. They can feel me. Indy cars. Alan, the Indy 500 is dreadfully boring in real life. Well, I've never heard that it's boring. If you're in the infield.
I'm still going to put it over the cows.
Oh, you would.
Yes, I would.
Those cows.
That was a very Frasier response by you. Oh, you would.
Oh, dear God.
Did you finish that show?
Oh, good Lord.
The new version?
I plowed my way through it.
Yes. I'm watching it, and the back half of the season is good enough. I'm laughing, watching it with Grandma. There's some decent episodes in there.
It's fine. I like the character. They trot Roz out. Now there's a rumor they're going to try to get...
Niles?
No.
Oh.
The rumor for season 2 is they're going to try to get Shelley Long. And I'm like, that's not what any of this is about. I don't even think she showed up in the first run of... Maybe she did, but...
I think she was in, an episode.
She's Jay Pritchett's ex-wife at this point. She's got nothing to do with Frasier and Cheers. Mm-hmm. But, no, I like that character, and I plowed my way through it. But you can throw a dart at an old episode of Frasier from the original run, and it'll be better than anything from the new series.
Absolutely. But I think people were really hard on it, and it was not terrible. It was a fun. I had some laughs. I had some, there was moments that were very reminiscent of a classic Frasier episode.
Yeah. I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
Didn't hate it. And it's unfair to compare it to the first one.
Right.
Because you have one guy there trying to hold the whole thing up. But, hey, Ryan. All right. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan was calling from Independence there. And I guess he's taken that to heart and independently bailed. Hey, congratulations, by the way. The readers of GQ magazine have voted one of the Cleveland Browns to be the most stylish athlete of 2024. They have this most stylish player thing every year. And the readers of GQ, you can guess who it is.
My guess would be David Njoku. Really?
Nope. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is the NFL's most stylish player, voted by the readers of GQ magazine. He took the win over Denzel Ward. They set up a bracket, and then people vote.
That's 2 Browns players.
Yeah, that's right. Came down to 2 Browns players. I don't know if David Njoku was in this. Stephon Diggs made it near the end. Saquon Barkley. Very small print there. But anyway, they said he's only been in the league for a few years, but he's made a serious mark by incorporating traditional styles, referencing his Ghanaian roots. Yeah, he's wearing like a lot of giant chains and dashikis and stuff. And why not?
Good for him.
You're repping the homeland.
I thought they were going to give it to Njoku because of when he burnt his face and he wore the mask with the fur coat open. Like, that was badass. That was a good.
And how did he burn his face?
An outdoor
grill
stove or something exploded and burnt his face up.
That sucks.
And he still played. And do you see Baker Mayfield was the MVP of the flag football game.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah, so he really kicks ass when it doesn't matter.
Those are the guys who aren't going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield and Demario Davis named the MVPs. The NFC wins the Pro Bowl games. All right. Yeah, because the flag football is a new element to that, yes?
Yeah. I think this is only the second or third year that they've done that. And I watched a little bit of it. It's whatever. It's kind of fun because you get to see the guys just kind of goofing around a lot. Like, it looks like they're having a lot of fun, so that makes it more entertaining, but it's not by any means the best thing to watch. A few minutes of it was fun to watch.
Alan, whoever said the Indy 500 is boring has signed way too many fat documents. Well, listen, I've never been, but it certainly doesn't seem like something that would be boring. There's too much stuff going on for it to be boring. It might be monotonous, but that's why they try to make it like a big deal.
Yeah, and that's why there's so much like partying and stuff that goes on to get you hyped up for it.
Yeah. Hot on the heels of, let's see if I can find this, because it was hot on the heels of Punxsutawney Phil and Buckeye Chuck. They lost one of their own over the weekend. A groundhog in Kentucky. Everybody's got their regional. Punxsutawney Phil is the one who got the lion's share of the attention. I think a lot of that might have to do with the movie Groundhog Day.
I think it was way before that.
I think you're probably right. But I mean,
OG.
Regional Punxsutawney Phils were along the way. There's Buckeye Chuck, and there's, we're talking about in Florida, they use an alligator because it's Florida. And the Kentucky groundhog that makes the weather predictions in its particular town, Major the groundhog, died. Bullitt County, this is outside Lexington, Kentucky. He didn't make it through the weekend.
Major was a little baby when he came to us. He just fit in the palm of my hand. I would say Major has been maybe 50-50 predicting the weather.
Right, just like groundhog. Actually, that's better odds than Punxsutawney Phil. Yeah. He has a 39% accuracy rate. So Major the groundhog, who is, I guess now a minor, died on Groundhog Day. They rescued him as a baby. He was 10 years old. I don't know how long the average groundhog lives.
48 years. He was into some bad stuff.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, in Kentucky, he was all methed up.
It's got to be tough, too, because when you become a prominent rodent, you have all of the things thrown at you, right? It's like any other kind of celebrity. You really have to keep your head on a swivel, and I don't know that groundhogs can physically do that. So, you have other rodents of ill repute throwing themselves at you because you're the guy. You're the one that tells people what the spring is going to look like and when it will be sprung. But this particular groundhog, Major rather, I don't know if he saw his shadow because he died on Groundhog Day.
I thought it was his shadows, but then it turns out it was the shadow of death.
It was the shadow of death. It was a long, long shadow, and so that's probably why.
Right. Now he doesn't got to pay his gambling debts. Like I said, he was getting into some trouble. That's celebrity. What happens when you're a celebrity?
That's what I'm saying. And that's probably why I don't know anything about Buckeye Chuck, but I mean, I've only been on site to see Punxsutawney Phil, and that was many years ago. And they don't make a big deal about when they swap out a new, when Punxsutawney Phil dies or when any of these groundhogs die. They don't make a big show of swapping them out.
Right.
Because when the legend is better than the truth, you print the legend. Poundcake, you going to watch that Selena documentary that's coming out?
Yes, I'll watch it, but I just don't know how many more movies and documentaries they're going to do. They had the movie with Jennifer Lopez. They had the series on Netflix that was really good. And now they're doing a documentary. It's too much.
You want some different tragedy to...
No, I just feel like at what point does it become like people who are not like inquisitive now? It's
like
just,
what new
exploitive.
did they have to say?
Yeah, we know the story. Like it's exploitive at this point. They had the movie and they had the documentary for stuff that, or not the documentary, the docuseries for stuff that didn't make the movie. Now you're doing a documentary. Like what else?
This one is called Bitty Bitty Bumped Off.
I'm out of here. Can we wrap?
He didn't like that. It's going to be on the...
He's very defensive of the things he likes.
He really is. Very much.
He don't got no sense of humor about that.
Yep.
Let her rest in peace.
This is a guy who said he didn't watch...
She did.
This is the same guy who said he didn't watch the Grammys because he doesn't have cable.
I don't have cable.
It's not on cable. It's on network television. Nevertheless.
It's on CBS.
Nevertheless.
How am I supposed to watch CBS?
With an antenna.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's too much
What
work
comes
for a
on
while.
your television when you turn it on?
Nothing. I have Amazon. I have streaming platforms.
Anyway, the Selena and Yolanda, The Secrets Between Them documentary premieres next weekend on the Oxygen channel. The Killer Speaks from Prison. Did they have that in the other documentaries?
Yes.
Oh. Well, Selena will have been dead 30 years next March. 30 years.
Where would Selena and Aaliyah be if they were alive? Like
Houston, Texas.
I mean, in career
Mesa, Arizona. Portland, Maine.
On tour?
Where would they be?
Yeah, like career-wise.
I don't know.
Like Aaliyah probably would have been Beyonce.
One of them would still be dead, just further down the road.
Why you say that?
Yeah, everybody's going to die. One of those two people probably would have died.
Think about all the tea Aaliyah would spill on R. Kelly if she was alive. She's like, all right, now it's time for my, she'll have her own series of surviving R. Kelly.
Yolanda Saldívar will be up for parole next March. 30 years.
That bitch ain't getting out.
After she... Why? She'll get out.
No way.
Some old-ass lady who killed Selena. Like, the only reason most people even know about Selena is because she got killed.
No, not out there in Texas. Hell no. They're going to eat her like an enchilada. Let her out. Feed them to the Mexicans.
Nobody cares. They're going to eat her like an enchilada.
They will. Feed her to the crowd.
Nobody cares. Nobody is standing Selena in 2024.
Bull hell. Absolutely. I had a Mexican friend growing up, and her whole childhood was Rebelde and Selena.
25 years ago when you were a kid, of course, because she'd only been dead a couple of years.
No.
I'm saying they're going to let Yolanda Saldívar out, and nobody's going to care except Selena's family.
I tend to disagree with
and
you.
And her parents are dead, right?
No.
Her parents are still alive?
They still run the Selena Museum in Corpus Christi.
Oh, okay. Well, anywho.
I happen to think you're wrong. I say
I could be. I'm just saying people's memories are short. I mean, they had Joni Mitchell on stage at the Grammys last night, right? 50 years after she won a Grammy or something. Joni Mitchell's up there. She's in a chair. She can still sing, but kind of a very thin voice, and it still sounds okay. Everybody gets up and claps. Meryl Streep and her daughter are crying. All these young pop artists, these girls standing there, they're all clapping. They're all playing along. Guarantee half of them have no clue who Joni Mitchell is. So time passes, and Selena was a big deal in the Tejano music community. which was not big once you got outside Texas and Arizona. Not big. So people knew who she was because of the movies, because she got killed.
Okay. There's going to be a crowd of Mexicans waiting outside with pitchforks and torches. I'm telling you.
Pitchforks and torches.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm telling you, they're going to get Yolanda. They still have not forgiven her for what they did to her.
They're gonna beat up an old lady.
Yes. They ain't gonna give her no mercy. She ain't give Selena no mercy.
Yeah, you might be right.
She said she forgave herself. She was like,
well, you have to eventually.
She's like, I forgave myself for doing what I did.
Yeah.
They didn't.
God, Selena was young, 23. I thought she was older than that.
Bitty bitty bum bum. She was cute.
Yeah. I'm going to break here. You want to get the last word in, send me a text. 35192. Cavs pregame, 6:30. They start up 7 o'clock around the corner here at the Romo Fijo tonight. That's all coming up next.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our